I hurt my fingers opening that thing. YOLO night. Just gonna YOLO it all the way home. Me. No starting soon screen. No nothing. Just start right out with the YOLOs, yo. Why am I so dark? Am I dark? Good enough. I'll turn the volume down. Music. Hurt my brain. Okay, so here I go. Just working. Gonna keep working on the moving thing. I think I was gonna see. Oh, you know what I was trying to figure out is I got the movement working, but the linear move wasn't being triggered for some reason. So now I gotta figure out why. So let me go to my walk. Close all this garbage. Oh my gosh, so many tabs. My tabs on my browser, my IDE are worse than my browser. Map actor, no, move actor. Yeah, I'm just working on stuff, yo. That's what I'm doing. Stuff's got to get done. And it's going to get. Done is what it will get. In a stuffy sort of way. But what I wanted to look at was on execute. Let's see. No. Okay. So here's a question. Is this the problem? Debug log move by direction or debug log move to point? See if this works. I had a good chat with Walliver today to bounce my ideas of moving off of. And the great part was, it started with a conversation where I said, Walliver, I think I should do this. And I said, am I over engineering? He's like, totally. You're way over engineering. Now this is paraphrased because he was kind of like, why do you want to do that thing? What possible reason could you have to want to do it this way? Because I wanted to bounce some ideas off, of course. And I was like, no, you're right. I have a tendency over engineer. And then by the end of my call with him, I was like, oh, that's why I want to do that. He's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. So it was sort of weirdly, backwardly affirming. Because I'm working on every step of the way. It's like trying to dig a weed out or peel something off all in one piece. Trying to make changes to a system that already exists means that step by step I have to make changes that still work, but progress towards the outcome that I want. I should get rid of all these stupid debug error things because that's dumb. And so that's what I'm working on, is progressively pulling out. Like, I don't want progressively pulling out. I don't want to have a dependency on the script runner system of Smile Game Builder. Okay, dude, you're going the wrong way. So we're gonna unlock the player because I lock it. This button locks the player. That one unlocks them. Then we're gonna go back to our map graph. And I'm gonna say move to point. Linear. Okay, that's what I want to happen. I want it to move to the point in a linear fashion. Go. Oh, it does work. That's cool. I mean, he didn't like directionally go face the right way. So I have to do something that like orients him. But that's Still less important. The rotating the character to face the right direction, it's not. Who cares about that, right? No one wants the character to face the right direction, right? Am I right? Or am I right? What if I do it from here? Oh, he kind of runs over it. Okay, that's fine. So, okay. This is the Earth. I'm glad that part works. So I actually don't have to worry about fixing that particular problem. So that's good. What is this? Get script runner? What is this thing? Replace it with. Did it do first or follow? What was it before? It just returns. Why does it think this is useful? I won't mess with it. Okay. So what was I doing? Oh, okay. So this code does work. That's good. I don't need the comments there. But what I determined was that I was doing this like directly setting some values. So basically calling move to or move by whatever the movement thing is, it sets a set of values that then get iterated over. And if I ever want to do something where a character does more than one thing, what I really need is like a queued movement system. So I'm going to convert this to using like a movement something. A movement definition? I don't know what it is. It's sort of like their equivalent of commands for the script runner. And then the map actor will just execute a series of movements. I think that's what I want to do. Because there's sort of this implicit idea that I would tell the character to move by a route or whatever. And it would be a sequence. Oh my God. So we're going to make a queue. Oh, I have to decide what the name of the object is going to be. It's like a moving thing. Is it always going to be related to like, so it's an actor movement? That's probably what it is. Actor movement. That's what it is. We're going to call it that. I have this little hand warmer. It's like a little, like a mini heater just for my fingers. And I can't tell what makes it work and not. All I know is if I jiggle too much, it stops working. But if I don't, sometimes I'm like, okay, I want it to go off. So I'll get extra jiggly and it won't go off. And I'm like, what the heck, man? Okay. So maybe because the map system is here, we'll make an actor folder. I have so many different actor folders. I don't know what to do about that. Should it be a struct? It could be a struct. I could put the struct in the actor. But I don't like doing that. So we'll do that. We're going to make an actor movement struct. And then we're going to steal some of this stuff. And then we're going to change it. And we're going to like it. It's going to be our favorite thing in the world. Import. I want to use Unity vectors. Although, you know, what's interesting is like, if you ever want to make something that isn't just for Unity, that doesn't matter. Action on complete. Is that part of it? Sure. So I don't really want my DX in DZ. This is, I think, used to determine direction, because it's direction X and direction Z. And I want it to be afloat. So I'm actually going to make a vector direction for that value. What's your vector, Victor? Roger, Roger. Hey, Tom Sutton. Hotter for big wave. Do you know, I don't know if I showed you this, Tom. I was wondering if you can help me with this problem. So I was just talking about the little hand warmer I have, but underneath my hand warmer, I have a pretty boring thing. It's just this, see this? It's kind of a dirty, gross mouse pad. I always wondered, like, what would it be like to have a mouse pad with like a person's dog on it? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Or just like a dog? Like a dog-based mouse pad? That would be kind of neat. I've always wanted to have one. Do you know of a place I could get one of those things? I don't think any of these need to be private. Public? Oh my god. Vector 2. Brother, have I got a website for you? Really? Is there a place to get dog-based mouse pads? For a dog lover like me? Public. Bool. Use grid, maybe? Instead of is linear. Mousepadsofmydog.com. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mousepadsofmydog.com. There are mouse pads for sale right now. There's one that's on sale. It used to be $420.69, now $13.22. That is huge savings. Can I get my dog on a mouse pad? No. They're only mouse pads of Sam. Somebody's dog's need some. The wait is over. Can I get something other than a mouse pad? Nope. Only mouse pads. This is like that concept thing that they would only sell you cheese. What is the cheese sandwich that's melted? Grilled cheese sandwich. Does Sam get compensation? I give him lots of pet treats. Mousepadsofmydog.com. How are the mouse pads made? Where did they come from? I have no idea. Is this real? Yes. Does it probably go to charity? No. I do have a charity for my dog, for dogs, but I don't care in this case. I want money. Sam, he's my dog. Coming soon to a mouse pad near you. Look, you have terms of service and a privacy policy. Where'd you get your privacy policy from? Personal information we collect. Access to the use of you must have just got like a generic template, right? Whoa! Notice the financial. We may provide certain incentives or discounts. Holy crud. Foursquare just provides it. Let's just go steal it. See them all. Oh, there's another one. Wintertime. Wintertime walk ball. Boy. There's, whoa, outside times. Man. Buy it now. Sales are rough. Or wait, what? USD. Oh, what's it in Canadian? Oh my God, so expensive in Canadian. Look at, in Canadian, it's $610.98. But in USD, $420.69, baby. So like, are the sales already picking up? Mousepads of mydog.com. Check it out. Don't delay. Operators are standing by. So, is moving... I don't know if I want is moving here. Linear move direction? No, because I already have direction. Linear move distance? Do I want that? I don't know. I might re-add it, but... Public action on complete. Just waiting for the ball to start rolling, you know? So what? You can chase it? Or your dog can chase it? Hit it. Because the ball. Am I getting text messages from Jacob? I'm getting some text messages. You set yourself up there. Oh, for the rolling. What? I'm not sure what stream you thought you were on. Okay, so I think, no, we do want remaining. I don't want to call it steps though. So this is, I got to figure out what I want to call this thing. So let me think about this. There's two ways I can do an actor movement. I could make a base structure, a struct that I extend for things that are specific. So I could have like a grid movement, actor movement, and a free movement one, I guess. Then you would, but either way, you'd have a direction and a completion status, because use grid would be implicit if it was a grid type. Or I could just put a couple extra flags in here. What value would I get from multiple structs? None. I don't think, because even grid movement could have a target position. So we're not gonna do it. Don't over-engineer, Motzi. You're already knee-deep in over-engineering as it is. Don't like over-engineer. And then, do I need a step? Steps would be like the count of iterations, like how many times we execute the movement. So, I think, what did they call it in Smile Game Builder? Yeah, did I not? Oh, I guess I don't have it open anymore. Well, either way, Tom, I mean, I, for one, hope your new product sells out. I don't know what the market is for dog-based mouse pads for single dog types, but sometimes you just find success, you know? What I've always hated, so I've never, well, I finished like one for our class, but I've never legitimately finished a business plan. We have a business plan that we started making for Dratzy Games. But every time I get to certain phases of it, I'm like, I don't want to do this. Like the market analysis stuff is really obnoxious. Getting market data to justify your product is hard. We at mousepadsandmydog.com, sorry, I'll get better at saying it, really feel like we can leverage our synergies for vertical integration and stakeholder assurances. Who are your stakeholders? I know who your steak eater is. Steak eater. Oh. Steps. So it does call it steps. But steps only matter if it's a grid. Spaces? And whoever has a mouse pad, yeah, I guess so. No, they would be a pad holder. Right? They're not going to hold on to your stakes. So I guess we'll just say remaining steps. If I have to rename it later, I'll rename it later. I shouldn't fret as much over this stuff. Don't fret, my pet. Did you have a good stream today, Tom? You looked like you were having fun with your coding. I was not talking because I needed to get work done. And I said, oh, I should go pop in and talk to Tom. And then I said, no, because when I do that, I don't work. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to work. Private. I think we'll do it as a queue. Queue. I remember once, like, my favorite statement about the word queue is the word queue is the letter Q with a bunch of extra letters after it. Your brain slowed down? I know how that goes. Wait, is it a stack or is it a queue? First in, first out. Yes, it's a queue. There's stuff I have to go back through later. Yeah, I get that. Thankfully, I never have to go back. Once I've written code, it's all perfect. It's a talent, really, it's a skill. When you get to be my level of experience, you just make stuff and it works perfectly every time, you know. I do need to know about is moving. I think is moving is going to become is active or something. Or maybe we'll do like can move. Or is processing. Because the movement queue could be full, but I could say stop. I could make it stop, right? Or is it an action queue? No, we're going to call it a movement queue for now. Okay, so we've initialized it. I guess I could initialize the queue. The queue is going to be the first time it's created, I guess. I'll do it anyway. I don't know if I should do this. Do you know that the dot clear is okay, but new is actually faster for some reason? I don't understand that. faster to make a new one than it is to clear it out. Why can't I say new? I want to say new. You won't let me do that? But I like that way. I like just letting it be new. I'm going to do that. Okay. So, move by direction. Number of steps. What happens when we're complete? And is it linear? Or we'll say, instead of is linear, we'll say use grid. Use grid. If there's no character, if character equals null, character is not assigned to this actor. I suppose, but we really don't want... I mean, really, we shouldn't even be here. Not even supposed to be here today. So like a Clerks reference. I will admit, I did start some of this with ChatGPT and then go back and forth with it, but I've been doing some of my own mortifications. Okay, so, okay. Is there a reason? Because, okay, so if I pass in a direction, my Dixon D's, Dix like DX, Dix. I don't know how I feel about directions. Trying to think about, in this case, if I'm going to move by direction, there's going to be only a single item to add to the movement cube. So I could have it pass it in, but I don't think I need to. So we're going to say var. Oh, you know what I do want for movement though? I want a animation. Nope, I don't need an actor. So on. So we should be able to pass in an animation as well. Oh, motion name? I guess you could do motion name. That probably makes sense. Motion name? It's what everything else uses. So then we'll do motion name here. Remaining steps on complete. So remaining steps is going to equal the total step. That's fine. We don't need the DX or DZ. Linear doesn't matter. Is processing is something we want to be able to say. Then the question is whether we do the first step. I think we do the first step. No reason not to. And I guess we'll keep it as move step. So then we'll say, instead of remaining steps, hold on a second. How do I want to do this? Because a move step could be on a grid. Oh, excuse me. I had too much for dinner. Now I got that like after dinner sleepiness. Hey, user. Why can you get ice cream from a truck, but not candy from a guy in a van? Well, because he's busy. He's in Ivan. What do you want me to say? I'm sure he has no interest in giving you candy at that time. He's got more things on his mind. I don't know. Has someone offered you candy from a van? I don't let my kids get ice cream from a person in a truck either, but that's more just because I don't know. They annoy me. Okay. So let's think about this. We could have more than one movement, like a move actor or an actor movement thing. Actor movement is just a set of values that indicate how the actor should move, and the way the movement happens has there's different ways in which it determines the movement is done. For the current, so it's almost like I should have, let me think about this. Think about the different ways that we can move, or the character can actually move on the map. So there's gridded movement, and when we do a grid movement, the number of steps remaining determines whether the actor has finished. So that's why there's remaining steps. Excuse me. So there's like 5 here. It'll do move step, and the actor will move until it moves a full grid square. And then that one step is done. So it'll do 5 iterations of that before it is considered complete. But if we move it by a linear direction, then the actor is going to continue movement until they achieve that destination, until they've stopped at the spot that they were intended to stop. If we do, let me take a look here. If we do something like this box horizontal or box vertical, then the actor has 2 movement commands, or 2 actor movements. And it would calculate the horizontal and vertical movement to get to the point. So in that case, each movement might have a quote unquote done state. But, we'd probably just have done be the last thing that when the last one's done. If it were pathfinding, which I don't know if I have time, given how quickly I don't move when I work on this stuff, pathfinding would be neat. Pathfinding similarly would be, it's not done until it's hit its destination. There are interrupts that can occur anytime during the flow of movement. But the thing that indicates whether it's done or not is either movement's been halted or it's achieved its destination. And then if it were like an amalgamation where you have like, for whatever reason, some kind of route, each piece of route would have its own way of handling a move step. Okay. So I think that one of the things that's clear is move step, this thing, is really just for gridded movement. And we have a different way of processing linear. So gridded movement is one movement approach, and each unit of movement has its own way of checking. Linear movement is another, and the third would be nothing. I think that's it, right? There's essentially, well, I guess there's linear, could be like an arc, but even if it were arced, you'd almost just treat linear movement the same. Like it would be linear movement, but with a curve. So there's really only two types. Okay, so that means when I say move by direction, I don't want move step. In fact, if move by direction doesn't have a grid, then it becomes a linear movement. In which case, the distance is what I'd have to worry about. Does it make sense to have use grid, or does it make sense to say move by grid? I don't know. I'm still talking through this to myself. When we move a character on the screen, we can either move it by the small game builders grid approach, or we can just sort of freely move the object anywhere we want. But it doesn't really matter how I determine that. If I say move by direction, how would steps translate to non-gridded movement? I'd have to have some kind of like it'd be more like direction and speed, right? Or direction and time. So steps would be like seconds, maybe? No, that can't be right. I actually don't know. I don't know how I would want to do that. I do have this idea that I could just like, pick a direction and make the character move. I don't know if there's any value to that, because I might as well just specify the point I want the character to walk to in that case. So maybe I don't want the ability to turn grid off here. Maybe implicitly it would be a grid. Maybe I should just make it work. So I'm just going to make this work. There's something weird about this whole setup. So the way Smile Game Builder's movement works with walking. If I go to like add a walk here. Make player walk. It just does a direction and a number of steps. They don't have a free movement command. So they don't have a command that lets me move the character at any arbitrary angle. There's code that lets that happen, but not command-driven approach. So that would mean I can do it though. I could make the character move however I want, but I don't know if that's worth it. Left, right, up, down. I like the notion of having these actor movements defined. I don't know how it really fits this method though. Well, one way or another, I got to put this into the queue. So we'll say this dot movement queue and actor movement. So we can at least have it prepared to be processing. There's a couple rules I want to try to answer here. The first thing is if there's a movement, if there's actors, if there's things in the movement queue, do we want to automatically force the actor to move? It feels like we don't always want the actor to move if there's movements in the queue. It feels like we'd want the ability to stop the actor from moving even if it has like 10 items in its queue. Yeah, Tom Sutton, I know. This is like the part that always throws me. So I worked on this for a good chunk of my day. And what happens when you start kind of going in the rabbit hole is there's a lot of different ways you can do something. Now, the more I feel like some of the more successful developers, they don't think as much as I do. I overthink everything. And I started saying, well, but how should this work? How should I handle this situation? And I get a little thrown because I actually have enough experience working with our walk commands to know there's lots of different ways we might need to move the character around on the screen. And since I'm in here rewriting it, I kind of want to do it marginally better. Just like, you know, tiny bit maybe. So figuring out the way that we allow movement to happen. I mean, the majority of this is, you know, there's only going to be one movement thing. And it's going to say move X number of steps or move directly to a point somewhere. In either of these cases, they would just be one command, basically. The only time it gets complicated is if I do, if I try to get the character to a point and I want the character to follow a different path to get there. That's when you need to have like a queue of movement. And theoretically, there might be a case, I could think of a couple cases already where I've wanted to describe a path of movement, like a route. Hey, Saro, how's it going? And route movement is where it becomes really important to be able to have not only a series of moves that can happen, but also the ability to like stop and start the character on its route, or potentially even reset the route. I could easily see something where I'm like move by route and I just put in a bunch of different XY values. And I could also easily see the route, like each step of the route could be, there could be linear movement, diagonal movement, whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess if I were to make a route in that case, maybe I would do it like a set of move actor commands, which is one thing Walliver pointed out to me was, well, why would you just do this? Well, yeah, that's true. So if I see the movement queue as like a unit, then it seems to me like if it cancels, it's done and it just clears them all out. Like there's no pausing a series of movements and then restarting them. I got like a hangnail. This thing's really bugging the crap out of me. Hold on a second. If you're ever working on streaming or coding, and you're having a little bit of problem with potential infections or whatever, always remember to code with protection. This is how you do it. You take the little finger thing right here and you just roll it right on just like that. See? It's good. Now you've got protection. Any other ones that need that? It's the worst time of year for hangnails. There's one on my index finger, but it's not like bleeding, so it's fine. That's right, kids. Code with protection. See that? Look at that. Can't even see my finger anymore. It's so protected. Oh, my finger, my pinky nail though, that one's got one too. I don't know how the pinky nail protection works. It's a little small. The sizing wise might be a problem, but we'll just kind of peel back the layers here and see how it works. Now I'm missing 2 fingers. Cannot stress enough the importance of having the appropriate finger protection while you're coding. Okay. So here's my thought. I'm going to take this movement thing. I'm going to try to make it work where it's at now. And then I'm going to stop trying to think about it too much. I don't like any of this, but I'm going to just move forward. So we have actor movement. We say we get them queued. We say they're processing. So then move step. We don't do. We're not going to tell it to do its first step. We're just going to start it processing. And then on the next iteration, it'll start. That means there's like a 1 frame delay. But I'm okay with that. Okay, so where is processing? Then we need to decide if we have a current whatchamacallit or not. So what we're going to do is like public actor movement, current movement. Because we have to have some way to get whatever the current movement is. Do I need a private version of that? Brain reset. There's 2 ways I could do it. I could have a private version, or I could use I could peek at the first item in the queue. And then implicitly, if there is an item, that would make sense, right? So we peek at the first item in the queue. And is that all we're going to do? Do we just return that? Is that all we need to do? I suppose so, because, yeah, you know what? Oh, except you can't peek if there's nothing in there. So, I don't think you can make it null if it's a struct. It's got to be default, right? What is default? How do you specify a default for a struct? Let's find out. C# specify struct default. Can I create a custom default constructor? Oh, look at that. No, you can't create a custom default for a struct in C#. Fire all blah, 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 blah. Default value of struct is a value produced by setting all fields to their default. So implicitly, if it equals default, it's a bad idea. Why does this not work? Oh, because it's var. Okay. If. I hate when it recommends bad coding practices. All right. There you go. There you go. Let's make progress. Proggers, baby. Okay. Whoo, buddy. We're good. We're good. I thought that drink would pick me up a little bit. It did not pick me up at all. It like made me almost awake. Okay. So now, okay. So we're going to do current movement. We'll peek at it. And then when we stop moving a thing, we pop it. So none of this even matters. Okay, good. Okay, so move step. Perfect. So they'd have to check for... Well, no, remaining steps would be 0 in that case, right? So current movement... It's kind of a weird... Remaining steps, okay. Motion name is going to be... Current movement, motion name. See, that's a great thing, actually. If the struct were empty, it would be 0 for the remaining steps, or it'd be -1. Either way, it wouldn't hit this code. So that's good. That's good. Yes, good job, Matsi. If it's linear, we're not going to allow linear movement in the context of this, so we're going to get rid of it entirely. Grid movement logic, yes. So now we're going to say... dx and dz. Not sure how I feel about this, but... Change direction. Current map scene. Gustavo! Hola! ¿Cómo estás? Hola with no H? Is that just like shorthand? Is that Spanish shorthand or a different language? Gustavo seems somewhere in the neighborhood of the Spanish language. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to do like, I think just like a current map data. Current. I thought I had a current map data method. Did I get rid of him? His character? That's annoying. Where's my current map data? Estelle Bim. I don't know what it's like. Estoy bien? You're good? I'm gonna go look it up now. How are you today? Let's see here. Detect language. What does it detect? It's Portuguese. Okay. Something I know even less of. I hope you're well. I was like, it's either that it's Portuguese or it's like shorthand Spanish. But Portuguese and Spanish are not the same. I did a couple of lessons on Duolingo for Portuguese and could tell the distinct difference between that and the Spanish Romance language. So it's Brazilian post-Portuguese, which would make sense why there's like some hints of other South American languages. How are you doing today? I've met a lot of really nice people from Brazil. Are you one of them? Because then I can add you to my sample size. Sample size +1. Nice person. Where was I? Move step. Oh my goodness. There we go. I swear that I had written some code that turned these into manageable properties, but they just somehow disappeared. No, it's not. It would be that. There you go. Is it event height map? Is that what it passes in? Map event. Map event height map. What a weird naming. Map event height map. Map event. Why is this not? Oh, I see. It's event type. Let me say like that. There you go. Current map data and map event height map. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Surprised they didn't clean that up at all. I don't like doing the half and half thing. I either have to do the string it out in a big long line or do it like this. I don't want to do it dirty, but consistency. Takes more lines, but is marginally more readable, question mark. Okay, so this is really weird. When I was looking at this day with Wallaber, I was like, oh, how does this work again? Because this is from the Smile Game Builder setup. The way movement works is it's intended to be triggered on every frame. So first off, if there's any steps available, it tries to move it by those steps. Then it does this character walk thing. And then if it was able to make the character walk, it'll play the motion and remove the steps. But from this point, while the character is quote unquote moving, it won't trigger the move step again. Which is why in this like usage place here, it checks to see whether the character is moving or not. So the one problem is so from here, I need to know what the current character thing is. So maybe I do it in this thing right here. If it's processing and current movement So how do you check whether it's not equal default? Can you not check that? Cannot find declaration to go to. Do you do like actor movement dot default maybe? How do you check that? C#, how do you check? Can't check if it's null. It's not legal. You can check against default, which is the default value. However, and I think there wouldn't be a case where everything was defaulted on this one. Oh, come on, browser. It's doing it again. Go over there. Get out of the way. No, that's not how you check it. How do you check this thing? Is this not C#? Since 12 years ago, so probably not like legitimate anymore. Because I could ChatGPT it. I was trying not to do it with ChatGPT, but I could do it with Copilot. How do I check if a struct? It's kind of weird. Like, structs are nice, but you can't check if they're null, which is the weirdest thing. MyStruct.equals. Feels like a heavy amount of work. Although if I'm checking if it's processing first, that should be okay. We'll see if this works. Generate equality members? No, I don't care about that. Oh, is it because is it checking? What? I would have to make it equitable? That's dumb. I don't want to do that. There's be another way to check this. I could check those values as default. Okay. I'm just looking at ChatGPT. What? Why is it so hard to do this? I'm sure there's some reason in the world of programming that says, yeah, well, if you have a struct, because it's not allocating any memory, you have to do extra work to use it. Dummy. So if it's processing and movement queue, we're going to do that. Implicitly, if there is something in the movement queue, there should be a current thing, right? Okay. So if it's not use grid, then we do this. If it is move grid, we'll check whether the character's moving, and we'll move a step. We'll use the first item in the grid as the thing that we're processing, and once we're done processing it, we pop it off the stack. When we do move step, we check whether there are remaining steps in the current movement, and then we attempt to walk in that direction. If we were able to, we play the motion, we remove the steps, or we load down the steps. Otherwise, we will say movement cue, DQ. So we're just going to, Dairy Queen it a little bit. I don't care about the character failing the walk. And then we end the movement. Actually, no, we'll DQ it at the end. Hey, Killboy, how are you? How's life? How's life in the fast lane? Are you in the fast lane? Now, here's the real crux of it. If we're at end movement, first off, if this dot movement queue is greater than whatever and then processing is going to be this dot movement queue dot count is greater than 0. So really, we'll do this. No, we can't do that. we have to check this, remove it, and then set it. It's weird that we have to do that, but we'll do this is nonsensical extra work, but I don't know. I don't like doing this comparison twice. Or is I can't do it this way. I literally have to check it twice, and it drives me nuts. Just zooming by. Well, that's great. We'll leave that as wait for now. Don't care about any of these values. Is temporary? I don't know about that either. On complete invoke. Okay. So this should be okay. So what happens is when we say end movement, first we check to see if there's any more things in the queue, and if so, we DQ it. And then we decide if we're still processing. It's kind of, I just hate having to do the same thing twice. Like now, like I said, if not processing, oops. What it's telling me is that eventually I'm going to need to move this actual code out there. Because what really should happen is if the player has stopped moving, we just reset to wait. We don't worry about it whether it's an end movement. This is a bit directive. And I want the actor to almost act like this sort of dumb object where it's like, oh, well, if I'm not moving, I'm in my wait mode. Otherwise, I'll do whatever animation you tell me to do. Okay. So this should at least replicate what already currently works in theory. I'm not going to the linear movement yet. Mr. Funny Good Feeling, MFGF, how are you? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I've got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Oi, oi. How are you? Energizer. Oi. I suppose I could do the linear movement too while we're here. So we have move by direction. That's good. Then we need move to. This time we're not passing in any steps because we don't care. I still don't like this thing here, so we're gonna invert it. I really don't like this part, but got a feeling tonight's gonna be a good night. So instead of all these values, we're gonna say var movement there. We don't care about direction or any of the other things. Processing is going to be true. We're not going to worry about this part either. I suppose we could say use... No, we're not going to worry about move grid yet. We'll leave that there, but I'm just going to put this up here like this. Right now, I'm just trying to get my new objects in place because I'd like to try and do movement that involves, you know, pathing, because that's where it's really going to become important. Like if we're going to do a battle attack, I suppose the battle attack will have its own thing, but let's just get this working. Just stop thinking, Matzi. Stop thinking, start doing. Linear move direction. That's actually what that should be, right? Like direction is going to be this. It's not going to be a vector 0. It's going to be this puppy right there. Then distance is going to be... Did I put distance in here? Didn't. I could. I don't really like putting the distance in here, but for the moment I will. Is it a float? It's gotta be a float, right? Start position, target position. It has to return a float. Yeah, okay. But is that a vector 2? Distance? No, it's doing a float. It's just a float. Okay. So let's do this here. Public float distance. Oh, what am I doing? What? Where am I? What? Well, who are you people? Float distance. There we go. It's like, what am I doing? Distance. That would mean we would do this here. Okay. Burns, one of my many favorite viewers. Thank you, Laser Burn. Burning lasers, if you will. 29 months. It's more impressive that you do this with Prime Gaming. It takes so much work. Every month you've got to remember to come in and do that. That's so much work. Thank you. I'm doing all right. How are you? I'm tired. I had a drink tonight with caffeine, but it's not working. Feeling the tired drain. Okay, so that should be okay. Remaining steps is processing. This should all work. Movement. We're gonna NQ this nonsense. That's the way. I like it. And then process linear move. We'll say current movement dot distance. Mm-hmm. This is just moving. So the way that Smile Game Builder moves the character, I'm gonna have to use the Smile Game Builder way. But at the moment, I just want to get my like action system in place, and then I'll go and change this. Can I not change it? Oh, because it might be null. Oh, you can't change values on structs. Why? You have to make a whole new struct to change a value. That's super annoying. I get that. Make sure you hydrate. Look, I took extra gulps just for you. Okay, so the benefit of a struct is it's a relatively low memory profile. The disadvantage is you can't mutate the frickin' data, and it's harder to check for null. So I think a struct would make a whole ton of sense if I was going to have like hundreds and hundreds of them. I think I shot myself in the foot by making it a struct. I'm going to make it a class because there's really like fundamentally very little difference, just the memory profile. Well, because I don't drink enough of the water. Actually, weirdly, I have this water bottle that's like twice the size of this. It's like it was giant. I got it at like a work function. And I drank the whole thing today. And I thought maybe it's like for some reason the jar I don't drink enough, and the water bottle I'm just like chugging it down. Like maybe I need the water bottle every day. You've been a mix, stressed but doing okay. How's your job, by the way? Is it good? A little more, and then I'll start a Steam page. Congrats! It's about time. You should get your Steam page started as soon as possible. That's the going rule is. Get it going ASAP. Don't wait. Don't you dare wait. How dare you? Okay, so we do current movement distance. So now I can actually go back up here instead of doing the stupid nonsense I was doing here. We'll just make it null. And then if there's more there, okay, so then I can go down to the place where it's going to complain at me because move step. This could be a problem, but what did I do here? Let me see. Oh, if movement Q. I guess either one would work. This is actually less overall work on the processing. Because if the count's greater, we will have a current movement. It shouldn't be like half and half. It's a little risky. No, that's a myth. The reality is your body self-regulates. Drink water as you feel thirsty. Sometimes you need more and sometimes you need less. That whole idea that you need to drink enough water so you pee clear is bubkus. You're like the guy in the movie Kick-Ass. You got titanium jaws. You can get in a fight and be like, and then they'll break their hand on your jaw. That's totally how it works, right? It'll make that sound. I mean, you can always Google it. There's like there's going to say like the myth is you should drink 6 glasses of water a day. And the reality is no. Sometimes, I mean, really just drink the water you need, right? If you feel good drinking 6 glasses of water, drink it. It's not saying don't drink 6 glasses of water, but it's saying like that whole, a lot of those rules of thumb that exist are not true. So we have motion name and then we process linear moves. That should be okay. Move step, end movement. This is still somewhat legitimate. Why did I not use calculate direction? Something will be goofy there. Let's find out. Let's just go run it and see. I've been looking at the code long enough. Let's go break shit. Like the individual movements, the work I've done for individual movements doesn't make a ton of sense. But ultimately, if you're going to control an actor on a map, while, you know, some percentage of the time you're just going to worry about the unit of like moving them by a few steps or whatever, the more complicated capabilities you could get down the road, the more you're going to need the ability to have like a series of steps in the movement. And the bigger problem is the way that the code is structured here. Because of the different types of movement, I'd have to do a lot of work to like track, or I'd have to like require that these nodes have to do every little step in the way, which I guess I could do, but it just seems like overkill. Like if I wanted to make the character walk, in a box, I'd have to go like walk up, walk right, walk up, and I'd have like, if I was doing that a lot, I'd have to have a bunch of copy and pastes of this whole thing here. I don't want to do that. Ultimately, I'm going to want to have things like, an arc movement or A star pathfinding where like the character can just be told to go to a spot and it'll walk around things. That's what I want to do. Failed to create follower character. Don't care. Don't care at all. Harvard says 15.5 cups for men and 11.5 cups. That doesn't even make any sense. How many? What does that even mean? How many glasses is that? Let's see what ChatGPT says though, because I'm sure ChatGPT is smarter than Harvard, right? How many glasses of water or how many ounces of water? Here we go. Should I drink in a day? Question mark. Thinking. Tell me, my AI overlord. I want to know. Can I bring this over here? The amount of water you should drink each day can vary depending on factors such as body size and level of physical activity, blah, blah, blah. As a general guideline, the U.S. National Academics of Science and Engineering provides recommendations. Keep in mind, you don't necessarily have to consume plain water. See? 125 fluid ounces. Wow. Also contribute to your total fluid intake if you're physically active. Yeah, so the problem is like one of the reasons it's an issue, it's still a rule of thumb thing, right? It's the same thing that I was saying. Like they obviously don't drink no water, but this whole idea that you have to drink a set amount every day just doesn't make any sense. It's so variable. There's not even, I'm right and you're wrong. Shut up your face. Look at that. He walked to the spot. I think that From what I recall, he's going to do a moonwalk now. Oh, did it not work? Oh, it didn't work. Failed. I don't care about your follower characters. Oh, it doesn't run twice? That's interesting. I wonder... I wonder what's going on there. So, let's see here. And with the Steam page, just because it costs... Oh, you're right. It costs you money. That's really what it is. The money part is a problem. I agree. Now, I was doing linear movement. So this dot is processing. False. Move by direction. So as long as character doesn't equal null, it would NQ and say is processing. But when it ends the movement, what does it do that's causing it to stop? Because he moved. He did all of this. Oh, did I not? I set the distance, didn't I? Let's see. Yeah, I set distance. Current movement, distance. Move step. Hi. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, it might be YOLOville tonight. Oh boy. Oh boy. I might have a rough night tonight. My youngest daughter at dinner, her tummy was hurting. We thought it was like lower tummy issues, but my wife just informed me that she has been throwing up. And there's a slight, little bit of a problem here. Because on my daughter's plate was a little wedge of quesadilla. And I was hungry. So I ate her remaining wedge of quesadilla. She had taken a bite out of it. Now, to be fair, I did rip off the part that she bit. So if I'm lucky, I will not be puking my guts out tonight. I'm just going to drink lots of water. It's the final countdown. My wife was just singing. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Come to think of it, my tummy is kind of hurting now. Should I just stand? Should I go get a bucket? Just stay on stream? Just like let it all out. Just let it all out. What would cause this thing not to work? Current movement. Process linear. I probably need to like debug this perhaps. Because I'm really not even sure what it is that would cause this not to work. So let's rebuild so it'll do this. I'm sure I'll be fine. I just got over stomach issues. What do you call a slot machine that spins really slow? A sloth machine. That's actually kind of funny. We're gonna get a few dad jokes in because we're gonna have to wait for the debugger to start too. What genre are national anthems? Country. Yeah. Country music. Now I'm trying not to think about my stomach hurting. I recently discovered I'm terrified of elevators, so I'm taking steps to avoid them. I was a little afraid of speed bumps too, but I'm slowly getting over them. This is good. Albert Einstein was a genius worthy of praise and study. His brother Frank, on the other hand, was an absolute monster. Frank Einstein? I don't think so. Frankenstein was a doctor. I think the person who wrote this joke didn't know that. I met a microbiologist today. He was much bigger than I expected. Why did the caveman get dressed up to go clubbing? I'm just going to do this until the the bugger starts. Is it? It might have hit something. Okay. Have you ever tried haunted pancakes? They give me the crepes. It says, they're trying to say like creeps, but that's not how you say the word. Crepes. Oh, now my stomach is not feeling good. I blame Burns. Should not have eaten that quesadilla. Get some Pepto-Bismol. I don't think that stops throwing up though. Uh-oh, what was that? Get Hero. Should be okay. I'm burning up inside, yo. Okay, let's see if I go over here. So this will make the character move. So he should end up walking. Oops. Kind of walked upwards. Let's see if we can get him to go again. No, so he's not going again. So now let's find out why he's not going again. It's definitely not triggering this code. Is this code triggering? None of the code is triggering, actually. Weirdly. So there's some issue with the move actor command. The only thing I can think of is like it's not hitting this on begin thing. We'll see. Okay, so then the graph is not considering it processing, which is weird because it was working before. I was able to push the button multiple times. So this never finishes processing, so onComplete is never called, is the problem. So this hasn't happened. Okay, so the problem is that it's not completing the movement when it says end movement. So why would that be? Let's see. We want to go to map actor. Is the movement queue greater than... Did I stop playing? Let's see. I did. Why would the movement queue be greater? DQ is supposed to remove it, right? If the movement Q count is greater than 0, DQ. Then movement Q count here. If not processing. Oh, that's why. My bad. So I need to do like I need to say if it's greater than, okay. So maybe I should make onComplete not part of the individual thing. I think that the way that I've set this up, onComplete really shouldn't be here. I don't think so. I think it just needs, like, this is just the movement part. So onComplete is still part of the overall processing. It's not part of the individual actor movement. I don't like the fragility of it, but I guess the command needs to know when it's done. So it's kind of fragile, but the implication is the actor has no idea what's calling it. Anything could call it to start moving. And that's how it really should be. The actor shouldn't have any idea that there's a command calling it or something else, some other thing I could use to call it to move. I think, sorry. Yeah, every once in a while, like my ribs are hurting and stuff. Like, why are my ribs hurting? It's because I have two getting older kids that like to wrestle. And I'm pretty sure, well, my eldest daughter likes to punch me a lot. And I'm pretty sure she punched me in my rib cage today. I was like, why do you want to wrestle with me all the time? Could you not? Can you just love me? Just some rowdy kids we got there. Gotta wrestle them a little bit. So I think this will probably solve that problem. Let's see. Walk your butt over there. Good job. All right, good. Okay, so now that we've gotten that nonsense sorted out, now we need to do something different here. So instead of making the character, this is, I don't need to keep moving the direction, do I? Maybe I do. Let me see how did I do it for my linear walk thing? So go to like walk command. Execute linear walk to target. Well, I get to do linear walk. Execute linear walk. So we have the target here. And then the waiter is process linear walk. So the target point, so this is the direction vector. Could we have to adjust it, I assume. Then we make an X and A value. Normalize the direction. So I'm already kind of doing that in my code here. But I'm not doing it to a point. I'm actually doing a direction that just goes until you run out of distance. So I wonder if I can, I don't really need to do that, but Assuming the move step is a character's movement speed. Yes. Frame rate adjustment. Yes. Did I not? I did use block here. Okay. So we got a velocity in this case. And that's because I was trying to use the character's speed. Okay, okay. So I need to steal some of this here. Current point. Current point is wherever the character is currently at. Okay, so I'm going to just steal this stuff from here. It's fine, right? We can steal stuff. Huh? What? Hold on. Poor kiddo. You know, it's a good thing I had a monster to drink so that I can be up late dealing with a sick kid. So in this case, we were doing all the calculations and then checking it. And that is because we had to check between the current point and the target point. Target point is the direction we're moving towards. But yeah, I don't really like, I don't like doing the math on the distance in the way that this is doing it. I like to be discreet and say, this is the point we're going to end up at. So I actually am going to do it like that. And I'll steal the code here. I'm not going to use the stupid distance nonsense at all. So I'll just steal the code here and then revise it. And all this stuff is fine. Because we have to calculate the direction that the character is going to move to get to the target. Otherwise, we end the character movement. Okay. Which is fine. Dank bucks. Oh, hey, you got glasses. Here you go. I don't got 3D glasses, but my glasses, I can still see things in 3D. Pretty amazing. Ready? Here we go. Whoa, everything is 3D and yellow. That's right. Got my 3D glasses on.
You did good. High fives to everybody.
It's more like 3 C sharps, am I right? 3 C's. I don't know. Oh yeah, Dank bucks it up, yo. How are you, Dank? Thank you for being here. Try not to bucks the system. Dot target. So why did they have to make a direction vector that was X and A? I gotta see this. Where does direction? Because of this. Okay. So I need to make a vector 3x and A. Why did I do vector 3x and A? That's so dumb. I'm good. And you? Well, I found out my youngest has a stomach issue and she's been throwing up, and I might have eaten some food off of her plate tonight. So, you know, I'm a time bomb waiting to explode. Should be a happening night. Does this take a vector 3? Oh, because it's a vector 3. Okay. Well, I'll just go to this definition and steal it. It's fine. We can use their stupid vector 3 XNA garbage. Who even uses XNA, you know? Nobody cool. I thought I had something that would be like get speed, or that's change speed, but I thought there was like a get speed. Let me just see what change speed does here. M move step. Is that what I'm using? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. I know this works for the other coat, so I'm just going to use it. I don't even want to do it that way. Where's target point? Target position. Target point. Target position. Target point. Here we go. Man, I just got over stomach issues, so if I get a stomach bug again, I'm not going to be a happy camper. Thankfully, I also don't like camping, so even when I do go camping, I'm not a happy camper. Not really even a happy coder, really. What even am I? Do 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 do. Okay. Yangle. Uh-oh. I gotta figure out my yangle. Tell me more about my yangle. I don't care. I don't care right now. Just don't care. Yangle your face off. Yangle this, am I right? Okay. So that might work. It's all the code is there. Oh, I don't want this though. This is the code that I don't want anymore. Yangle dangle. Mr. Mangle. We're gonna yingle your yangle. So we want the current movement. We just don't want the here we go. Will that work? Stop you. Look at this. Unity 6, baby. I believe I can fly. Can you imagine, like, I believe I can blah! Just like throw up all over the place. It's okay. I don't have a bucket, but if I do throw up, I'll make sure we get it on camera. I'm sure it'll make for a really nice moment. I got the bag that these glasses came in. I could use that. I'm fine. I go back in the jar. Blah. Hopefully nobody's eating right now. You know, I'm not so much the throw up type. I'm the throw down type. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, I don't know what I'm saying. My stomach is feeling full. You know that feeling like your food's not actually digesting? Yeah. Sure, it'll be fine. Uh-oh, what was that? Oh, that's the get hero thing, I'm guessing. All right. Let's see here. Houston, we have a problem. Atlas has left the building. Okay, well, yeah. Target position. Why did he go that way? Current point. Character. Nothing a good. This is the refactor. That's the problem. Oh boy. I wonder why this is. Why is that the Y value? That should be. Was it the Y value last time? Yeah. Is it because an X and A vector is X, Z, Y? What is... let's find out. X, Y, Z. But how do you create it? I guess I could go to the actual place I call it. No, why am I passing in the Y value then? This is target point minus current point. Target point. This is a regular vector 2, X and Z. Target position is a vector 2, so that should be fine. So it should be using X and Y as the comparison. Unless I did something weird with the I think so. This was working too. Let's see. Process linear walk. I didn't fundamentally change any of this code. So did I do anything weird with the target? Here's one thing I did. And I did this because I was doing math on the Unity map. Let's see what's target X and target Y. These are just integers. Okay. So it could be that I did something to offset for the Unity map. If I multiplied anything by a negative value here, that would be part of it. Or didn't multiply. Target point and current point. No, I didn't multiply anything. That's strange. Did I... Hold on. Did I leave something in here I shouldn't have? Process linear move. No, they're the same values. guess I could find out what they end up equaling here. Nothing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me think here. Did I change the value on the node? Let me go take a look at the node real quick. Problem with wearing these glasses is that once I start wearing them, I can't stop. I think I gotta put them back on because I gotta see. No, that's the same that I would do for a walk node. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's okay. I'd rather burp than throw up, so you know. Poggers. Monka S. Update positive angle. Is this supposed to be direction vector twice? Let's see. Yeah. Set current direction, set target direction. Okay. It's all source character. This is right. That's the character I'm coming from. It's not the target. I mean, the character's walking in the right direction. So what gives? Let's find out. We'll just put a debug breakpoint. I can't remember my linear algebra class. Well, it's not whether, what I was trying to see is if there's anything in my code that transposes a value. So in the Unity grid for the Smile Game Builder engine, the X value is a negative on Unity, but a positive value in Smile Game Builder. So it's weird that it was like a negative 0.5 earlier on. Okay, let's see here. Don't key out. Current point. So character X is 43. Character Z is 17. Target position. Oh. Well, there's your problem. I mean, you know, YOLO. You know, it's super easy when you're streaming to pay attention to all the little details. So it's move to... There's no target. I have direction, but no target position. So I got rid of the... No, I don't want direction. So I want a target position. Well, no, I want direction, but I need the target position here. Thanks, Laser Burns, for your resub. Okay, target position. Does that get passed in? It does. Do I just not use it? Fuck. I just didn't set the value. So what I was saying, I was talking to Wallaber today. Just because I wanted to talk. So what? I haven't really talked about what I'm doing. Well, I have kind of, but at the beginning of my stream, I talked to myself about it for the most part, except for to Tom. Tom was here at the beginning. The Smile Game Builder system has three layers. Because look at my fingers. Got black fingers. It's got 3 layers of movement. And just for the fun of it, I'm going to talk through that because I love talking about this. they have this thing called a script builder. And if you really think about like the layer it goes from the script builder to do this, it's even better. Why can't I get, no, not script builder, it's called script runner. There we go. So in the script runner, there's a thing that processes whether there's a movement. And if there is, it calls func move, and it gets funky. And so all of this logic here is just setting up the process to let movement happen. It creates this thing called a waiter. Check, please. And the waiter is just a closure that gets called on every frame to continue the movement of the character if they're moving. So there's like this controlling system that controls actors on the board. So it's like there's like this, entity at top, like I'm going to move you here and I'm going to move you there. On every update, it's like controlling that movement. But it does these checks against things like if the character's moving, what's our movement type, blah, blah, blah. And then it calls another thing to actually make the character move. And this is called on the map engine. So the map engine calls move character. And move character does all this math to determine like the direction it's moving and, where the next step is going to go. Hey, Cool 10, how you doing? Welcome. And so this one right here is still not the thing that actually moves the character. This is doing things like checking collisions and stuff, but it's not the one that actually does the math to move it. Then it calls character walk. So this is the map engine. Then the map engine calls character walk, where it passes in a bunch of values. And then this thing is the thing that actually does like the setup to make the character walk. It does the math here. And then to top it off, it's not like you say move the character and then it'll move and stop. You tell it to move the character and it's essentially like queuing up for frames. And then every frame it keeps processing until they stop moving. So I'm like, it's fine. It's functional code. It works. But my new model is I've applied a mono behavior to the object on the map that represents the character, the Smile Game Builder character. And now this actor is responsible for making itself move. So I've taken something that's like this top level down controlling system to make the character move. Now I'm making it initiated by the map object on top, or the map actor, which means that I could technically like set up, hey, cool, thanks for the follow. I could have like a bunch of actors and say, hey, you move there, I don't care. Just tell me when you're done, right? Which is more event driven, so that I don't have to think about checking up on each actor out as it's processing. It's not necessarily either one gets the job done and it's fine. In this way, I can have some level of assurance that I can sort of hone in on the thing that's doing the movement to figure out what's going on with it. Where if I use the script runner way, I have to go through 3 layers of crap to figure out what's going on. I mean, there's still layers of crap here too, but I can be like, oh, I'm on the move to section, or I'm in the move direction, and I can just see what's happening within that code. This is like more of a maintainability change as opposed to, fundamentally making the code better. I mean, I do try to make code better, but don't worry. I also do a great job of making it worse. So, okay. So I just recompiled all that. So this should work. Meow. I should get the character to move where I want it to go. This is a game I'm working on, by the way. Cool. If you haven't seen. Yeah. This should work. It is a phrase that no developer should ever utter. Because then it would just be all cowabunga. I don't know. Okay, so meow, and so this is the graph. So one thing I didn't explain is this graph system is my reswizzled version No need to test it. It's trivial. It's easy. Yeah, easy peasy. This is my new graph system, my new graph system, because I have another graph system that really more closely ties in to the Smile Game Builder system, and it is a pain in the... It's just oh God, it's so bad. I'm going to explain it right now before I test things. Matzi, just do it. No, I don't want to. The way this graph system works in my other system, if I have like a walk node and the node is traversed, the walk node actually runs code that injects into the scripting runner system. So I can't look at this and say, oh, okay, we just executed the walk command. I'll just follow the code through that. No. Because this is just a setup. When it says execute, what it's actually doing is setting up a command to inject into the script runner to let the script runner run. So it's like another... I've added layers on... It's like ogres having layers and onions having layers. So if I'm like trying to debug a node script in the old system, I have to mentally process the fact that at the time it executes is not the time the code is triggering whatever action it is. All it's doing at execution time is setting up a command. Then I've got to go hunt down in like the script runner when that command runs to see what's happening. So partly I'm just like, I'm chopping. No, it can't get into race conditions because it's running the way that this, well, it could in theory if I was doing something that was parallel, but we're not running this on coroutines. So everything is running by frame. So it's just like the update cycle. As long as I'm not doing anything wacky, if I find the appropriate script runner, it's fine, right? I'm sure I'm going to find a great way to get race conditions, but everything is still frame locked. So it's just finding the right spot in the flow to check something. There is a potential to have two things fighting over the same character, but the base Smile Game Builder system was not designed for that. The way they set this up was you can only do actions on the event that you're manipulating. So this little box is an event. If it had a graphic associated with it, that's the thing you can manipulate. You can't manipulate things outside of it. I have just said, screw that. I want to manipulate anything. I'm a master manipulator, man. I'm going to manipulate things all the way to everything. So anyway, this is my newer system. For long story short. Okay, so he walked there. And then if I walk here and I push it, he should turn around and walk towards it. There you go. Look at that. There's nothing really amazing about what I just did because this is existing functionality that I'm just re-swizzling. But the reason this is important is this isn't for the map running. I mean, it will eventually be used for maps and stuff because it's just a much cleaner system. But it's for the battle system. Everything I'm doing right now is for this freaking battle system. People are like, someone on Steam was like, your battle system is not unique or interesting. I'm like, I know. I mean, I want to. I have a desire. You're going to get me on like the Larian thing now. I don't know if people watch the Game Awards. I don't. I didn't realize that video games had quite the hype that they do. And I don't like watching award shows because award shows for video games of any sort, for me, feel like a less good version of like an entertainment-based award show. Everybody that goes to those award shows, it's like they're trying to be what you would see for like a movie like the Grammys and stuff, or like for movies and stuff, or like higher level entertainment. They're trying to be these rock stars. And by doing that, they're trying to like portray a certain way that's just so unnatural and awkward and weird. I mean, people in the games industry, they're not cool. I'm sorry. They're not cool. You're in the games industry. I know people like to think they're cool, but they're not like actors like Brad Pitt and all that crap. But there's a lot of people who act that way. All these like YouTube personalities or whatever. I'm not the authority on this. This is my opinion, right? Obviously, some people think they're cool. But just watching those shows is so cringy. It's just so cringy to watch these people get out there and be like, yeah, woo, this is great. Look at my game. I don't know. It's just so weird to me. Don't get me wrong. If I get a chance to be up on one of those stages because I got all that money, I'm going to be that weird, cringy person too. Sign me up. I want that problem. But since I'm not, I'm going to complain about it. So I already don't watch award shows. So watching award shows for video games is even worse for me. I'm just like, I just don't want to. I just don't want to. Anyway, now I'm going to rant about the Larian thing. So the Larian thing was, so Baldur's Gate 3 is an amazing game that I've never played, but I've heard it's really great and people really like it. And one of the things that's more stand out about Larian, whatever they are, is that I've heard that their support is really good. The developers actually care a lot about the quality of the game. They're not just trying to sell out and just do, crap just to make money, even though they're making lots of money from their game. So that's good. And the guy got up there and he's like, I can predict who's going to be up here in 2025 and 2026. And his whole thing was, it's not going to be a game. The winner is not going to be a game that was purely interested in making money. Essentially was the messaging, right? And that executives need to start paying attention to the fact that developers are not just, monkeys that write code, essentially. He didn't say monkeys, but his point was that game developers themselves are not treated very well by AAA studios. They don't feel like they're treated well. They're kind of just like, they're paid low wages, asked to work long hours, and the whole goal is to just churn out stuff that they think is going to make money. And demonstrably, that's not something that works in the games industry. Just making a game just to make money is not always going to guarantee that the game makes money. But I guess that's entertainment in general. And the implication is that these executives only care about making money, which I'm sure there's a number of executives in any career or any walk of life that are disconnected from reality, because all they're looking at is like shareholder money and what they think is going to sell. There's no like soul to it. Like a game developer, that I would like to think that most game developers or most people who do the work that they do, the ones doing the work, care about what they're producing. But unless you're being told you have to make something that you think is dumb, and then you're like, well. And so this whole thing with the Larian was like, well, the Larian like speech was, the next game is going to be, the developers are going to make something that they would love to play, and they're not going to just make things because they think it'll sell. Incidentally, I know I'm just kind of going off. Feel free to tell me to shut up. But if you don't, I'm just going to keep going. Someone's going to say, shut up, Matzi. I'm like, okay, this work. So the point is, the implication is, game dev studios should make the games that they love and shouldn't just make money makers. Like, they shouldn't just try to make something that's going to be super amazing with the shareholders. And I have to say that I feel like while the direction of the idea is interesting, I don't know if I agree with that. I got a text message. I don't know if I agree with that fully. I think that there's a balance between the two. And I don't know if I've always seen that someone who just makes the game they want to make are successful either. I'm not that type of developer. Like, I like solving problems, but I don't need to make the one game I've always loved. And I think that there's plenty of historical situations where a developer or development studio makes the game they love to the exclusion of their players, and everybody hates it. I think and conversely, there's studios that make the game everyone says they want, and everybody hates it. So I don't think it's just about that. I do think that there's a factor of, as a game studio, whatever your size, you need to have a vision for what you're creating that is born out of the creative space and universe, and not purely just about something you think will sell. So like the Marvel syndrome, right? Marvel movies have such the same formula, and yeah, I guess some of them still sell, but there's a lot of really big duds out there now because they're like, we'll just keep pumping money into this machine, and it loses the sort of creative aspect, because once you have a formula, you don't vary that formula. If the formula works in the entertainment industry, you squeeze that formula for all it's worth until it stopped working, and then you switch gears, right? And maybe that's kind of what Larian's really getting at, is like a gear shift is coming because of all these really huge duds of games are saying, hey, it's time to think differently about what we're doing. Hey, Sympathy, how are you? And I guess the thing is, like, I get the thrust of it, but I still think, yeah, we are. Well, I am. No one else is talking. So when I go on these rants, sometimes I'm like, I wonder if people are like peacing out. I don't know about the games industry. Let's be clear. Let's be real here. I don't know about all the little things on various studios. I don't know like what the true Hollywood story is on some of these things. I have been watching this show on Max called Game Changers, which was pretty nice. It's pretty cool. That talks about the historical game industry, and I'm sort of seeing some of those trends, but I don't know like what the reality is, right? But I think that it's just strange to watch some of this stuff, because I think even if somebody gets up there and throws shade about other studios, it's like those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, right? What are we trending towards? I don't know what we're trending towards. I'll tell you what I would like. What I would like versus what we're trending for are two different things. I don't have an oracle. I don't know what's happening in the future. Here's what I would tell you with my experience releasing an early access game. In my experience working with people. And I'm going to say this. I was going to say this like intentionally rudely and jerky, but maybe I'm not going to say it quite the way I was. In the industry of producing product, consumers are historically hard to deal with. We're all humans in theory, but the demands of consumers often outweigh the reality of the ability of those companies to produce. I don't care what size of the company is, right? In fact, the larger the company, the harder it is to achieve demands. Take the most benevolent company that exists. Say my formula for the perfect company is X, and it's like this customer service is spot on and perfect. They're always so nice and friendly. The product they're producing meets all of my needs, and I'm perfectly happy with them. They've never said a foot wrong. That's like the best company ever. Some percentage of the world will hate that company. And I don't know what that percentage is. So, in fact, the more perfect that company gets, the more people will hate them. Because I don't think there's a definition that fits everything, right? There's going to be people that oh, I love the customer service. They're amazing. And then on the flip side, I hate the customer service because they're just too nice, whatever. Like people will hate that stuff. So it's not even like, I'm not broad stroking in terms of like any individual person that I've worked with. Oh, every consumer is an a-hole or something, right? But there are, there's the whole Karen effect. And so when you talk about where the game industry is going, let me tell you what. I strongly believe that in the game industry, there is a lot of opinions across the board. In the world, there's a lot of opinions. But someone who's buying a game for entertainment, which means they're buying something that they want to feel pleasure from, and they want to, it's not just like a couple seconds of it, right? Maybe I need to qualify this because now it sounds like I'm going in weird directions. But like a game is intended for some amount of time of entertainment beyond what you would get from a movie, because a movie's like 2 hours, right? Video games aren't just 2-hour games. They want some lasting entertainment, and they want it their way. And no, most, from my experience, not everyone's like, okay, it has to be perfect. It has to cover everything. But the little things that don't fit add up. And the one thing about entertainment's a great way to disassociate from all the crap you're dealing with in life. So if you're trying to disassociate from that and you're playing a video game that you're hoping that's going to fill a need, and it's not, that loss, not only of money, but of your ability to disassociate, can create animosity. So like, human nature, just think about it, right? Like, then you start taking it personally. I'm going on a huge tangent right now. I should be working on code, but Sympathy showed up and started talking to me. So now I'm really going to hit this one hard. Because here's why. Think about humans. Just think about yourself. Think about how easy it is when you're having a bad day to get pissed at somebody that had no ill intention. Now imagine that with a video game. Imagine that there's a video game type and style you're super excited about. You're like, this game looks cool. I'm going to try it out. And you're like, oh, I'm kind of liking it. Oh, it's doing something I don't quite like. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Now, there's multiple ways people react to that. The only people really don't like your game are the ones that speak up about it. So then let's talk about the industry, right? This gets into the question about like what I think about the industry, what I think is needed versus what I think is happening. And what is happening, I wouldn't even say it's somebody's fault. It's freaking hard to make a game, to spend all that money and launch it, and then justify the cost of making it by getting the income from it. Like if you don't get the income, money out the door, right? There's huge risk, high risk. It's a high risk industry. So like, if you're an executive of a company that makes millions and millions of dollars a year, and you're trying to produce product for these consumers that come home from their busy days and want to play a game, you're going to try to make something those consumers will buy and like well enough. And as long as the margin is high enough of people who like it versus don't, you don't give a flip about the people who don't like it. You don't give a flip. The cost of supporting consumers is high. Somebody has one user has a bug in their product that is only affecting them and nobody else is complaining about it. Why would that company spend any time with that one user? Well, the user will be like, scream and yell. Okay, well, how much does the game cost? $20, $30, $40, $100? I don't care. You're the one, fine, refund it, right? Don't even do that. Just ignore them and they'll go away. They're not going to sue you. It's a video game. It's not life or death, right? So if you think about these large companies and their customer service, and the ones you say, oh, they're terrible, they don't support anybody. They don't have the ability to care. even if there's humans along the entire chain that do care, they don't have the ability to truly care because the people providing support don't get paid enough. The company itself doesn't provide enough resources for support because there's no money in it. It's not lucrative to them. And ultimately they're worried about the next paycheck and the next thing they've got to do. So it's really intriguing to me living kind of being a consumer and looking at this stuff. I equally get frustrated by things. Being somebody who's released a game, I can sort of see how that landscape would look for a larger company. Do I believe it should be that way? No. Okay. But I'll go back to the next part of the story I was going to. So you're this consumer, something in the game doesn't work. You get frustrated. You go find a method of support. Let's say we don't even get into the making phone calls because usually you're not going to call a gaming company and getting support. No one's going to care. It's going to be some kind of like support form or whatever, right? So you're going to go on Steam, let's say, and you're going to say, hey, I'm having this problem. There's like a percentage of time you get completely ignored. There's a percentage of time that no one even responds. You submit a ticket, you get some email saying thank you for messaging us, and weeks go by, you haven't heard crap, and nothing's changed. And then you kind of scream and yell, right? But no one cares. You're shouting into the void. Some percentage of the time, you're talking like indie games or studios that are smaller that are sort of compelled to respond more. You get straight up a-hole developers, and they are a-holes for any number of reasons, like the consumers, developers. Some people do it because they're trying to make money. Indie devs, if they are dumb, they think that they're going to be millionaires from this one game they're launching because they're not, right? They're not dumb. I'm being a little hyperbolistic, but like if you think as an indie dev you're going to be launching these games and making millions, then you don't understand how business works, right? But I don't remember the direction I was going. The point is like these developers they care about what they're doing to some degree. Some people think, oh, I'm going to get rich quick. None of those ever get to the level that they're going to make a game that makes tons of money. And if they do, it's like such a fraction that doesn't matter. So don't count them into your sample size. The people who made millions from a game they didn't care about, is the junction of that so little, don't even care about it, right? Developers who make games care to some degree about what they've made. But some of them care because of their own desire. I'm making a game I love. So when you get on those boards and say, this game sucks, and here's why, the developer is going to take that personally. They're not big teams, right? And, lo and behold, people who do engineering technical jobs for a living don't usually have the ability to deal with people. There's a reason why we lock ourselves into closets and basements and cabinets and whatever and code in a dark room for hours and days on end. And don't go outside and don't go hang out with people because we don't want to be around people and talk to them. There are people who just love the nature of solving a problem and creating something cool. And they feel passionately that what they're making is cool. You get there on the consumer and you say something to them like, this game, this is just not what, I just don't like it. It's stupid. This idea is dumb, right? Whatever. Obviously, that's not exactly how it sounds, right? I'll read your message in a second, but like that happens, and these developers don't know how to respond, and so either they don't respond or they're kind of jerky back, right? They get into fights on the boards. It's like Jonathan Blow. Jonathan Blow absolutely has to be on the spectrum somewhere, right? He definitely has that sort of personality, which is fine. Being on any kind of spectrum is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but trying to relate to the world is harder, right? The neurodivergence makes it harder. And so, you get a-holeness from both sides. And then then it like doubles down because those same people are more likely to say something on other boards, and they come in hot. They come in like totally rude and jerky. Let me see here. Spill the tea. I mean, I agree. I get mad when you're having a terrible day. My friend's trying to get funded. Yeah, I saw that earlier. A lot of people are overly optimistic. True. Having suddenly interface with customers, games are tough. That being said, hopefully 2 months I'll be working with an ex-CEO. Ooh, that's nice. Hook me up. I'll get peek behind the curtain. Yeah, it's a lot, actually. My mom was a writer, and people that didn't last wrote something they cared about. Writers' critiques tear the thing apart. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the parallels in games are closer to art. There are art and engineering, but you're right. From what I've seen from developer code in games, it's much less about the code than about the solution. It's definitely more about form than function. I care a lot about the form of code as well as the function. Oh, wait, the function of code? The form? I don't know, whatever. So this sympathy, so the question that you started with was like, what do I think about where the industry is going? I have no idea where the industry itself is going, but I have a particular belief, and I feel very strongly about it. But I don't know if it's real, okay? Because in order to get some kind of proof of it, I'd have to see some success from our side of things. Look at the game Hollow Knight Silk Song. I've given up on that game. Maybe it's coming out, maybe it's not. Maybe I'll play it when it comes out or not. I absolutely hate the fact that studios are completely silent about what they're doing. I don't know where your awe is. Like, I've given up because the game has been out there, it's like Half-Life 3, right? I think consumers want transparency. Gamers want transparency. That's my belief, first of all. Yeah, they're crushed by pressure, but here's the thing. Again, I don't know what's going to work, right? There's games have been around for ages. And there's probably very good reasons why the things I think would be useful don't exist. It's a cutthroat industry, right? So you don't want to tell somebody what you're working on because someone else could undercut it. I don't think the games industry is a zero-sum game, but I think a lot of people treat it that way. A lot of people treat it like if you are overly transparent, someone is going to use that against you and make it so you can't be successful. And I think that's BS. Someone who buys one type of game is in the audience that will buy a similar game. The one problem is, like, if you have something that's so unique of an idea, like a mechanic or something, you might have to keep that under wraps because otherwise someone else might steal it and release a game sooner and then like steal the thunder of it, right? Because consumers won't necessarily buy exactly the same game, right? So you have to have something that sort of captures their interest. But you can sell a game that's like we're doing retro JRPG. How can you make that unique, right? They refactor and rebuilding game every year, and they keep backtracking. I think they're in their own way crushed by the impossible expectation. Right. So one of my thought processes, one of my beliefs is that in order for the industry to go in a positive direction, studios have to be more transparent about what they're doing, and they have to not BS their consumers, which I don't know if you could ever do that, but let's pretend, right? I think that if you give humans the benefit of the doubt, generally speaking, as long as you're not being jerks to them, they're not going to be jerks to you, generally speaking. You can't cover all the bases with that. But like, listen, we got people all the time, complaining about some of our game stuff. Like, why do you have a non-binary character? And it's just like, you know what? This is what it is. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and argue the finer points of our decisions, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to you. I understand you don't like it. And I hope you find a game you like. But too often you get the clashing and the fighting and, and I actually really hate that our society is driven by outrage. I don't like outrage marketing. And I think that that is something we're not going to grow past yet, but I'm not going to feed that beast. Love indie dev teams to death, but I've always said there's a healthy dose of luck involved. There is for any release. It doesn't matter if it's indie. AAA releases have the same problem. And people will say, oh, it's because the executives are just trying to make a product that they think will sell. I'm sorry. What the F do you think people are doing here? If they're not making games to sell, what are they doing? They're not making features that they think people will buy. What the flip do you think they're doing? Why wouldn't you want them to do that? Now, they do it badly, or they make bad decisions, or they look at the numbers in a way that feel cold and insensitive or whatever. Like, there's a lot of idiotic decisions that are made. But people got to make money, right? Like, you got to make money to survive. We're a money-driven society. What do you want a studio to do? Not try to make money? That's what the Larian thing, like the thing that triggered me about the Larian, not like, I think the Larian thing was fine in terms of the overall thought. But this notion that developers should just make the game they want, I think is complete BS. I think it's wrong. I think you need a balance. I think you need a vision and direction. The consumers that play the games are not the experts on the thing that people will like to play. There's this meme with like that little, it's like a little bird that's like, I don't want your food or whatever. And then they eat it like, oh, I like it. And they have the little star eyes and stuff. Because consumers don't always know what they want. And people who make product don't always know what consumers want either. So there's got to be methods that they can figure it out. But it can never be, in my opinion, purely I make the game I want and I think you'll like. And it can never be purely I'm going to make the game you want. It's got to be a balance. There's got to be some methodical way to do that. And I think if you're well capitalized from prior successful product, prior reach, yeah, the well capitalization can help. You've got to keep releasing product though. If you ask people, well, yeah, so like, it's not about. So the real problem about these big studios isn't that they're making things because they think it'll make money. It's that they're making bad decisions about the things they make. That's what it really is. Everyone internalizes it or personalizes it like evil executives or, they're out of touch. Yeah, they're out of touch maybe, but that's business. It's hard. You could think, there's plenty of instances where companies do things they think their consumers will like and the consumers hate it. They come from a family of artists, and I am the lone engineer, and I think the game, similar to movies, suffer from being mass-consumed art made by technical people requiring a lot of money with big money people at the top and consumed like art. It's just really, really tricky situation. Yeah, I mean, that's business, baby. Yes. I mean, there's some games that are like movies in themselves, right? And you can tell when there's the right mix of people in a studio, regardless of how big the company is, that they get it. They figure out the mix that people want and they're able to produce it. How have you liked looking at my code this whole time? Because I've not done anything. I was trying to do like a thing. I don't remember what I was doing. What was I doing? Point. Here it is up here. Maybe I'll write some code in a second. But is art business? Yes. Yes. My wife's mom is an artist, a printmaker. And she sells her art in a studio. Now, she doesn't make primary income from it. But if she didn't have a husband who had worked and made, it's not gendered, I'm just saying a spouse, right? Who made the majority of the money, she couldn't do that. But why not? Right. I mean, like there are artists who take their art and print it millions of copies. No, there's not a difference between game and art. It's the same thing. Here, I'll show you. Hold on a second. So I have this piece of art here. Of downtown St. Paul. I have two pieces of art. I really liked the artist. These are not the original paintings, although it's one of those prints that feels like it's original painting. I don't know how they do it. It's pretty neat. And I'm sure they've done mass printings of these things to sell them. I don't know how many thousands they've sold, but I'm sure it's non-trivial number. This is not the original painting. And the person who did this obviously is trying to make some kind of living so they can live. They're not making tons of money, but I'll bet you if someone picked them up and people would buy art en masse, they would sell it. I'm just saying they suffer from being a mass consumed art. Movies suffer from that too. Yeah, I don't know if that's a suffering. I think that for sure, like the one thing about like paintings art, it's not really seen as something that you would consider mass production, but there's plenty of art pieces in Walmart and stuff, right? Like there's plenty of people who sell their art on a massive scale. And that it's like, you know, generic or fitting enough that it would fit in most people's homes. I think that people who do more unique art would say that's selling out and that's too consumerist. I think people who care a lot about the quality of the art and the uniqueness of it would shudder at the notion of creating art that was sold across the world as, you know, something you just buy out of a store. But that absolutely exists for sure. Look at greeting cards and crap. Like there's all sorts of art everywhere. And the value of it is so low because it's mass produced everywhere, right? And to your point, I think what one point you're trying to make is the mass production of like printed art or whatever is much lower cost than what it takes to make a video game or a movie. But there's plenty of really amazing movies that have been launched, that have been put out there, and really amazing games that clearly wasn't just made for the money. So I guess the thing is like the problem with saying like games are art is like it's interactive art. I mean, what is it? It's entertainment, right? But then there's games that give a message that really impact people. Like what makes something art, I guess, is another question. What makes it be considered art? If you use some kind of metric that's like it causes somebody to feel a certain way, like where do you divide the lines? Because if you're going from like the definition you use in a Kickstarter, Kickstarter, look at that there. Video games are video games. An experience that speaks to the human condition. Okay, so the thing that I was going towards about video games, what was I saying? We were talking about like where the industry's going, and excuse me. And I was kind of talking about how like, oh, I was going to say this thing. So let me tell you something that's super interesting to me about business that people don't think about. There's a lot, when I talk about outrage, I was going to link this into the outrage thing. I once heard about, I think it was like Teen Titans or something. There's some show that got canceled, and from my understanding, there was a period of time where the interest was from more female audience than male. Binary. I'm going to talk binary, like female presenting or identifying versus male presenting or identifying. I know that doesn't count non-binary, but I'm talking from like a marketing perspective. There isn't a market segment for non-binary people. And so I'm not trying to exclude non-binary people, but I'm just talking from like a marketing perspective, how marketing works, right? So when you do marketing and you segment your audiences or you talk about demographics, the way people make decisions about marketing and what to sell is based on the metrics they can pull of people's interest. There's a whole society of people out there. And if I want to sell a product, I want to find what audience, what group of people will buy it. That's the goal, right? If you're going to sell something, you have to find the group of people who will pay money for your product and support it. Guess what? I'm going to tell you just straight up. It's not women, no offense, from the marketing perspective, the demographic, that are interested in Alterium Shift. It's not really old people, and it's not really young people. It is legitimately identified males between the ages of 35 and 44. Now, that's only one, there's only one market segment that I'm using at the moment for that. So I'm still gathering data. But it is a freaking, I mean, the numbers on it are so clear, it's hard to deny, I guess. Like it's like unquestionably, I'll show you guys some of the metrics. To be fair, I'm not spending like millions of dollars on advertising, but I'm trying to like boost the signal on the Kickstarter, right? So let me show you. I'll just show you some metrics, right? I don't know how much I can share of this, so I'm just gonna do like a picture, I guess. Okay. So these are our metrics of running paid advertising on Facebook, or Meta, as they say. We just started it up, so it's not like I have like huge learning period. Did I go away? Where am I? Hello? Hello? I show on Twitter. We can hear you. Can you see me? Can you see my video? I'm confused. I mean, I'm there on YouTube. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. No, the great part about sharing this sort of information, no one's gonna. You're as stunning as always. Ah, thanks, Burns. Okay, so but here's this is only a few days of marketing, so this isn't like the hugest sample size, but I gave you a Hyundai ad. Sorry. Are you still here? But look at this. Look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. I have bumped up the. I actually went from like a very low amount to a very high amount. In terms of the. Oh, it looks like there must have been some weird hiccup because now I'm seeing the announcements on Discord. It must have like hiccuped or something because my kilobytes are good. I wonder if there's just some weird thing going on. Okay. So anyway, this is just showing clicks, right? This is showing you the demographics of people who saw the ad and clicked it. So out of December, whatever, you know, it's gone up and down a little bit. It's not a ton of clicks. It's awareness-driven advertising doesn't usually convert into clicks. But look at this number here. We have 35 to 44 as the age group. All men. Sorry. So the cost to get a identified male to click a link is 10 cents. Every click that came from someone identified as male on Facebook or Meta, across the metasphere, because it's not just Facebook, it's Instagram and all those things, is 10 cents a person in the bracket of 35 to 44. The cost to get someone identified as a woman to click is 26 cents. Similarly, with this 25 to 34, you know, the cost to get a 25 to 34-year-old to click is 15 cents. Actually, the cost for the woman click is 0.07, but the number is like almost non-existent, right? So like, yeah, there's also a 65 plus bucket, but whatever, right? So this isn't really like, I would wager that even if this were scaled up, it would probably be a very similar trend. Just given the fact that this is a new, you know, when you start out an awareness campaign, it's usually like hitting a broader audience at first. So this is, right now it's in the learning phase. It's trying to hone in on the people that will more likely convert. But the conversion rate is very, very clear, right? Let me see, there's like views instead of wonder if I can get views on here. Men and women impressions. So let me just see what kind of impressions I get. Oh, that's funny. Reach. Okay. So interestingly, the impressions, so an impression in advertising is you know, whether they saw the ad, which it's hard to, like, you know, I'm pretty sure these platforms are much better than they ever used to be about it. But an impression means like it showed up somewhere on their feed, right? So you can see we've had 3,000 impressions. Now, what is also interesting is, OMG, hello. It's like the ads are only serving, like showing to males. But the problem with this is, like, I think that the way the impressions work is that they try to target an audience that they think will click. But if you can see this, like 5% of the ad to 35 to 44, so 304 women saw the ad, identified women, and only 11 of them clicked it. Where with the men, 5,000 plus saw it. Oh, that's 18. I'm sorry, that's the wrong number. Hold on a second. Let me go look at the thing here. So for the women, it's gosh dang it. Come back here. 50? And men 3? What? That's weird. Oh, I see. It's overall numbers. I see. So like 304. So it's not getting a good conversion rate on women, so it's serving it more to men, basically. No, it doesn't show ad blockers, right? But in Facebook, I don't know how ad blockers would work in Facebook, because usually the ads are shown in line with other things in there. No, well, here's my theory. It didn't start by targeting men more, I don't think. I think what happened was it started by targeting people that had interest. And the more interest that was garnered, the more it would display to people in this demographic, because I didn't set any, like my demographic settings were between the ages of 13 and 65 plus, right? Right. So the ads just start optimizing towards where they think they're going to get clicks. So the more people so when it first starts, when advertising starts going, the first thing it does, it just blasts it. It's like it'll just start putting it in front of any demographic it can, right? Because the system doesn't, like, Facebook doesn't give a flying flip who's going to click on an ad. Doesn't care. It's not gendered. It doesn't try to skew towards men. That's not at all what it does, unless it knows men will click it, right? Instead, it starts seeing the trends of people who will click on the ad or like-minded audiences. And as it sees results, it serves ads more to those people that will click on it. That's all people in the advertising industry care about. If more women were clicking on it, more women will get served the ad. That's it. Purely based on interest. That's how advertising works. People like to think that there's some kind of like underlying thing where like, oh, they're trying to be biased. No, man. No. I guarantee you, if there was a thing that one gender, age bracket, whatever was more interested in, and you were selling that thing, whatever advertising you use is going to freaking shove that in front of people's faces all day long. I guarantee you. They don't care because they make their money off of the crap they can sell for you, or they don't even sell, the crap they can give you leads for. They want to sell you conversions. They don't make money unless they get a conversion. That's why right now it's on maximize conversions. If it was maximize awareness, then that's a great way to blow all of your money, because awareness is just like, how many impressions can I get across the world? Right. Well, you're still in, if the tracking system knows who you are and it knows your identity as female, then it will serve you an ad for makeup. And these tracking systems are really good. So you go to a website and the little cookie thing pops up and you say accept all, boom, you're in the demographic. If I used to just click all, and now I've been going in and like, nope, I'll just tell it to only do the ones necessary for like basic site function. Don't track me from an ad perspective, right? But it's hard. You sign up for a website and you opt in to the website itself. You've become a first party person that can be resold on the back end. Doesn't matter what the website is. Any big website company, you will sign up for that company and their terms will require that you are essentially opting in to tracking. And some of them will only have to go and like opt out, but some of them don't even care. They'll just say, to use our site, you are opting in. We're going to sell your information on the back end. For frickin' sure. As I run, yeah, they don't care. They don't need to know you. You're one person sympathy. This is not how the marketing industry works. Is ironic thing technically better tracking and greater data analytics could make ads a win-win. You can get ads that actually make you interested, but people don't like giving out data, so they get unoptimized ads and they get annoyed. Well, gosh, man, who cares about getting work done? This is fun. I love talking about this crap. I love talking about the ad stuff because I hate ad stuff. I hate it so much. I ran a customer service organization for 3 years at my company where I did not really want to know about marketing stuff. And now that I'm not running the organization, but I'm just like caring about it, I'm really interested in it. Imagine every ad on a website you got was related to new indie titles that you've not heard of. Right. Well, but the problem is quality of advertising is hard to ensure. So even if your point, Saro, let's say everybody was transparent about that. Let's say nobody cared about their privacy. And they're like, yeah, you can know every little thing about me. there's still only a limited number of ad space slots available for your attention. And the people that make the most money off of something aren't always the people who make the highest quality product. So you're still not guaranteed that you're going to get better ads. You're going to get ads targeted for you that you might spend money on. But it doesn't mean the thing that you spend money on is better. And incidentally, buying behaviors of humans vary based on so many factors. So so this is a huge tangent from where should the games industry go. But if you talk about like the public perception of the games industry or any industry and the notion of the outrage, the Larian thing where he's like throwing shade about other studios. While there might be some glimmers of truth to how executives act, I think we're giving the other humans, like the executive humans, far more credit than they're due. I don't think executives at that level think about it as fine-tuned as people think they do. I don't think so at all. I also don't think that there's some executive, like one executive at the top all the time, that is completely ruining the company's decisions. There certainly are like executives that make terrible decisions, but it's because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm sorry. Most people don't know what they're doing half the time. They're just getting lucky. Some people really grok it and they're able to do the do, but the larger the company goes, the broader the responsibility for decisions goes. It's not likely that there's one CEO or one president of or one COO that's like, I'm going to make this decision that's going to ruin everybody's life. Holy ninja. Welcome, Nate. I wish I could fill out a form to show me coffee, tea, comfy pants, violent video games. Yeah, I mean, I want to not know what I'm doing and make $1 million a year. That's what it is, sympathy. Old Man Deckard, welcome, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are y'all doing? I'm just ranting about, I'm not coding right now because who needs to do that? I'm ranting about video games and marketing. And video game marketing. I am so thirsty right now. Holy crap. Old Man Decker. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Crap. I gotta go like... Oh my god. Why? Why? Why would you do this to me? Is it gonna keep... I'm gonna mute the event sound so it doesn't keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I'm gonna immortalize you guys on begin immortalization. I'll put it at the top of this class so that's not like... This is too much for me right now. Okay. Thank you, Old Man Deck. Wait, I'm gonna spell it right. Old Man Deckard for the 5 gift, $5 a month gift subs. OMG, OMG, OMG. You gifted so much. These are the subs. Wallaber, M. Sizen. Is it M. Sizen. Real Tribion. Tribion. Senior K. And Wolverine Maniac. Ooh. My youngest daughter acts like a Wolverine. She goes, "Rawr!" She's like 4. And when she starts doing that, it's like, you gotta watch out because the claws literally start flying. You're like, she thinks she's funny, but she's also very dangerous. Officially, Mati syntax. Yep, you've made it into the syntax. Get wrecked. Wreck your face off. Rant away. if I'm gonna, I need some like liquid. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get some liquid. This is not the worst idea I've had, but it's up there. It's 11 o'clock and I'm drinking more caffeine because YOLO. Because I can't be bothered to go all the way upstairs and fill up my water. Ooh, buddy. So we're doing this. We're doing this. Now that he's gone, shut your face. I'm back. So, what I was saying. To bring it all back, because the question... The thing was, I started ranting about the Larian Studios thing and how they're kind of throwing shade at executives. Yes, it would be nice to be an executive that gets paid to not be competent. There's executives, these CEOs that go and F up companies and then they leave and they get like $1 million packages. Can you imagine that? Hey, Kevin, we saw you earlier. I really hate game exclusive releases that are insanely limited and get scalped. What do you mean? What are game exclusive releases? Are you talking about like physical releases? Collector editions and such. Oh, yeah. Right, but uh-oh. Do I hear pitter-patter of little feet? Give me 1 second. I'm going to go check. We have a sick child, and I want to go check on what's going on there. I will be back. You guys can talk about game-exclusive stuff. I'm going to go make sure people are okay upstairs. Where is my... note? I thought I had a note for like BRB. Note. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. So the sort of the thesis of what I was trying to say, which is somewhat related to what you're talking about, Old Man Deckard. Hello again. The most fast. So my career has been technology, and I've been behind the scenes, not really caring about business. And then I've had my own company for a brief period, a few years, and then I've been working for another company for 7+ years. But now that I'm doing the game dev stuff again, I'm super, super interested in the nature of business. Because the more I watch things happen, the more interesting it is to me how humans on the outside get outraged by things they barely know anything about. And they're just looking at the surface level. And while there are plenty of things to legitimately be outraged about, there are factors about business and game dev and non-game dev related things that just are so counterintuitive. You'd think, oh, it shouldn't be this way. And then you start peeling back the layers. You're like, oh, well, this is why it's this way. right? Like the company that sells collector editions like, how do I say this right? First off, I'm guessing most companies that do that they don't care who buys it. They just want to make their money off of it. So if those collector's editions sell out and they've made their money, YOLO, right? And if there were a true desire to change it, the way that change would happen is by people no longer buying it from scalpers. So, like, there's any problem that you see in the world right now is solvable. But because of the way our world is structured, a majority of those problems can't be solved without the people involved fundamentally changing something about themselves. Out of the 100,000 people who will buy 100 of them, yeah. Especially if we give it earlier and they, right. Also, it's like, how do you police that? You could try to put methods in place to check and balance and confirm that they're not some kind of scalper. But there's a lot of bad actors out there. If someone's going to make money off of something, they're going to find a way to do it. But if nobody bought the collector editions, like if no one bought it as a resold version, then the scalpers won't make their money and they'll stop doing it. Yeah, to collector's editions, but collector's editions are more expensive, so you're effectively price discriminating. You either get somebody who saved up a ton of money to buy it, or you get people who just have the money, like the disposable income. And entertainment itself is disposable, right? When the economy's bad, people are going to stop buying video games. They're a luxury item for the most part. The equipment necessary to play it, the consoles, the computers, whatever you want there, like it's certainly something that is not required for life. Hey, Red Mage. You've been summoned. I'm not writing code right now. I'm just talking. I could go to chat mode, but I'm pretending like I'm going to write code. So I'm just, like, in my mind, I've been pretending for the last hour that I'm going to write something. So we're going to continue that pretending. So the thing that I was trying to tie this back to, when I was talking to Sympathy, we were talking about the gaming industry. And I was trying to say aspirationally what I'd like the industry to be. The announcement came out twice because there's like a hiccup in my stream. Oh, where are you going, Sympathy? You're flying out to a place? Sounds fun. I would love to live in a world and a gaming industry that had dialogue between players and developers and studios that was not combative and irrational and outrage based. Driving to the mountains, that sounds fun. Yeah, we live in Minnesota. It's not really snowing that much though. So what I mean, and this is actually what we try to do with Dratsy Games and our game, is it's not like there's not like a 10-part plan or something like that. But what we try to do, first off, we try to be transparent about where we're sitting with things. In video games, you can't always tell everyone every little detail. Any business you can't, because first off, you don't know, it's hard to guarantee, right? And people might hold that against you later. But it's also just like hard to predict stuff. But I think that it's important to recognize that you're working with other humans. And it's not just about money or business. Which, incidentally, like people who have people who are really successful and rich will tell you that even when someone's being they're being genuous, not disingenuous, but genuous. It's hard to separate out that being brand from genuine. And I guess the thing to realize is that they can be aligned. It can be brand and genuine, right? Hey, Sympathy, hope you're good. Yeah, been a minute. Sympathy doesn't stream as much as she used to. So the one thing that I want, like the Larian Studio model, from my understanding, I don't know them very well, but from what I've heard, is they do make an effort to be more transparent, to work with people in the support realm. They're trying not to be jerks about things. They are trying to make a game people will like, or games they'll like. They're making decisions based on what they think is right, not just about making money. Because I think that there was some talk about doing expansions for Baldur's Gate, and they said no, we're done with that game. It's not because we think, like, we don't think the game's perfect, but we don't think just adding expansion packs is what we should do, because we don't think it's going to improve or help the quality of the game. We would just be doing expansions to make money, basically, so that we don't want to do that, right? It's an admirable quality to have. Other companies would be like, no, I can make more money by doing some kind of DLC. Did you want to share any links, Kevin, or anybody, by the way? I mean, if it matters to you. I wanted to, well, what's I going to do here? I was going to look at, oh, there it is, animation curve. Do I want to use an animation curve? Yeah, I should. It's really making progress. Sadly, a bit of my head down in sand, dreaming of the day I can make a new devlog. Yeah, that's indie devs struggle. So the challenge that indie devs have, which go along with the thing that I was saying I'd like to see in the industry, is you can't make a game and do all the things at the same time. Check it out. I have a link model of one of the villain bosses. Ooh, buddy. Oh my God. Did you make this? This is amazing. Y'all share whatever crap you want. It's fine. I don't care. What am I here for? This is amazing. Did you make this? I had a part in it. Oh, your artist made the texturing. Okay. That's pretty cool. Did you use like a base human model or something? This is paper clay. Why, Kev? Why? It's a cute little game. I love the consistent aesthetic of it. Is there a, oh, okay, I thought it was like every once in a while I have to pay attention to Steam because it gets a little thing. It's okay. You don't have to share. My point is the model we've been seeing with indie devs and the sort of the desire to be transparent, I think, to me, is where I would love to see the industry continue to go. And I'd like to see that rewarded for people. I'd love to see more collaborative efforts between studios. Because it's not a zero-sum game. And so I'd love to see people bringing people up rather than tearing them down. And I'd love to see that from a AAA side too. I'd love to see people focused on making games that, yeah, they may want to make, but also has some juncture between what they want to make and what people have been asking for, or like appeal, like meets the need. I think I'm just sort of aspirational here about the idea. I would love to just be as transparent as possible. like people publishing their roadmaps or publishing some variation of their roadmap, and consumers understanding that roadmaps, especially in the games industry, can't be perfect, or, you know, having some dialogue between the consumer and the studio that's more than just, oh, you made something I hate, how dare you? And it's more like, oh yeah, let me share with you where I'm having things work and not, and then we can talk about how to make it better. I'm trying to do that. The one problem I would say is I'm already understanding it's a lot of work to have direct and personal conversations with people about your product. It's a lot of work. It's a lot to keep up with. The only reason I can keep up with it is because we're not inundated with it all the time. So there is this factor of a matter of overwhelm. And the bigger the studio, the bigger the game, the more of that exists. It's funny how much I've learned over the past very soon 3 years. Yeah, we're on year 4 of this game. Or here's the game you're directing. Let me see. I missed that. Oh, this is cute. Move over. Okay, there we go. God, so much great art. I guess what I'd like just in the world in general is a little bit more desire for transparency and reasonable discussion as opposed to outrage-based discussion. I wish outrage didn't sell as well as it does. Because you know what sells amazingly is negative publicity. Publicity. Getting people angry about things sells a lot. And that works for games or otherwise, right? Any company will tell you, and this is like, I'm not making this up from my like years of experience in marketing. I've watched people like Devin Nash who points this out, that the real like meat and potatoes of marketing is visibility. And so whatever route produces the best result, that means the most money, ultimately becomes the route people take. And I'll tell you that even the most pious person would likely lean towards that route when it's evident that if they don't, they will fail at what they're doing and not be able to do it anymore. Right? It is really hard to stay, lawful good, or not lawful good. Yeah, no. Well, lawful neutral, maybe, good neutral. What is it? I can't remember how the things works, but I think it's like good neutral, in that top quadrant. It's hard to stay good about things when it's clear the way everyone else makes money is by doing the negative, right? Hey, Cage, welcome. Lawful Truel. However, the guy who, whether he's trustworthy or not, the guy who came up with game theory, or one of the people who expanded on game theory, talks about, so game theory is not video game theory. It's just like generally how, when people are in contest, the rules around it, like how that works. And the zero-sum game idea is like there can be only one winner. And it's just, hey Beers Berserker. The zero-sum thing is just such BS for most things. YouTube has no zero. It's not a zero-sum game on YouTube. It's not a zero-sum game in video games. It's not. It absolutely is not. There are studios that operate like it is, but it absolutely is not. There's not one winner. There shouldn't be one winner. Things would quickly devolve, right? So the zero-sum game thing just doesn't make any sense. And when you're not in a zero-sum game, I'm so glad you have voxels still floating. Yeah, I mean, I've considered removing it, but It's just fun. It's just lively, you know. So consider this. If you don't have a zero-sum game, there's another. I don't remember the name of the like the theory. I should look it up so I'm not just like talking out of my ass. Let's see, game theory. The trust game. So there's a trust game that it goes like this. Whatever X number of people playing this game, right? You have certain rewards based upon certain actions. So if it comes in a contest with somebody, you can do the nice thing. You can choose to be nice, and you get some point, right? Like let's say you get 3 points for being nice. But if the person that you're competing against is the not nice version, you get no points and they get 5 or something, or you get 1. It's some absurd number where like being mean, if you are able to deceive somebody else, you get the maximum amount of points. I want to know what the numbers are because the numbers really help make it. It's like the prisoner's dilemma. That's what it is. Let's see, prisoner's dilemma. I wish there was like a number for this so we could use. Okay, yeah, here it is. The prisoner's dilemma is the good example, right? Well, there's many different versions of this, but the prisoner's dilemma is really what gives you, right? So like prisoner A, prisoner B. The cooperation version, one stays silent, the other stays silent. You each serve 1 year. So this is not the ideal solution, but it's not the worst, right? Whereas someone defects and the other cooperates, one person goes free, the other one gets a negative consequence. And then if one cooperates and defects, the same thing. And then if they both defect, they each get 2 years, okay? So if you're looking at this from the perspective of the individual, me, prisoner B, for instance, in this case right here, the best solution for me is to trick the other person so that I go free and they have to serve a consequence. And in an individual contest, in this one situation, this is the most ideal situation for me. Now, it doesn't have to be the prisoner's dilemma. It's really about cooperation versus anti-cooperation, right? If you put this grid up and it wasn't about being a prisoner, but it's like, we each get the low, an okay score versus if I deceive or do the negative, I get the best value. So you would think then that the best way to succeed in these situations are to always go for this strategy. The problem is like the negative consequence of 2 people defecting is longer than the consequence of cooperating. So this consequence of being, if you encounter someone else who's also not trustworthy, you get a net negative over time. So the way you look at this isn't the one time you come into contest with somebody else. You look at it as life. Like you're constantly encountering people and getting into conflict and contest. And so then you ask the question, what is the best strategy to use if this situation is played out hundreds of times or thousands of times, or it's played out across multiple different people? So it's not just one person, it's like, tens of people or more. And the theorists that came up with these things said that the ideal strategy is called tough but fair. So what you do is you start with cooperation. So your goal is to be cooperative. It's to be the friendly whatever, right? And if you get deceived, if someone goes against you so that they can get this ideal result, then you match them. However, if you cooperated and someone else cooperates, then you keep cooperating. So even though you don't net get like the best result, the cooperation over time results in a better outcome than if you are always trying to defect and trick somebody. And the fact is, if you're the type of person who your plan is to always defect against somebody, you're, net in the long run, you're going to lose. Now you could say, oh, well, what if you had one where you like sometimes defect and sometimes you don't? Net, you're going to lose no matter what. Like this strategy long term doesn't work. The only strategy that has the best outcome in the long run is if you focus on a strategy of cooperation. And the tough but fair thing basically states that I think the person said something like if someone breaks your trust, you match them, so you don't trust them, but then you can allow for regaining trust. So someone goes sort of the negative and then you realize that they're rebuilding their trust. Then you go back to cooperation. That is ultimately the best strategy. And in most of industries we work in, we see this strategy work all the time. It's just that not everybody wants to do it, right? There's definitely companies that feel like they have to like hold things close to their chest. And maybe, Sorrow, it is called the Nash equilibrium. I don't know if there's a term for it, because I actually learned about this from a fantasy book, and then I looked it up and I found out more about it, but I don't remember all the details. The point is that if your going in approach is to be negative, the long run, that's self-destructive. If your going in approach is to be like the king of the sharks, because it's not a zero-sum game, but if you're acting like it's a zero-sum game, your sum in the end will be less than others. And all the time you see, am I publishing the VOD? It publishes automatically, I think. I think I always publish the VOD. And it's on YouTube. It records on YouTube. So the YouTube clip will be there for sure. But if you're always going towards something negative, it'll ultimately get you in the end. No matter what you do, if your going in approach is to go down the negative path, even if you try to recover from it, the recovery path will take time. That doesn't mean there's people that aren't like completely negative that don't, they might succeed for a long time. People can get lucky, but the amount of time that happens is much lower than the cooperation approach. Here's a great example. Barbenheimer. 2 different film studios launching 2 completely different movies at the same time. And I don't know, I want to find out what the origin is, because that like they didn't go into it thinking they were going to do Barbenheimer. Somehow something happened, and in some brilliant mind, they're like, we should cooperate on this. Because it's not a zero-sum game. Those movies are 2 completely different movies. But it works. And you see these collaborations between YouTube creators, and you see video game collaborations. It's because those companies finally realized that competing against each other is not the ultimate best strategy. That's why Sonic the Hedgehog is in Nintendo games. Sega and Nintendo used to be rivals. Now they're in game, they have their characters in games together. Because net wise, that is a much better strategy. And if you really want to understand like where the game industry might go, look at the studios that have failed versus the ones that have succeeded. And look at the trends of behavior. And I know that I was earlier saying like outrage marketing works. It does to an extent, because outrage marketing is this fricker right here, right? It has a much greater reward for a short period of time. And some people are like trying to like stoke that fire, right? So, but an individual company can't survive off of outrage marketing. And well, I don't even talk about the worst part is like you think about the companies that manipulate marketing. They're not even part of the game. They're like on the outside playing both sides of the equation. They're the guards playing one prisoner off the other, right? I don't even want to get into that part of game theory because I have even no idea what that even looks like. But if individually, like if you're talking about indie devs, if you're talking about smaller organizations, the cooperation strategy absolutely is the best. And even when you get up to larger organization sizes, you could still follow this strategy, I think. But you certainly will have people who do this from the larger org perspective. But like these giant companies like Apple and so on, like Apple and Microsoft cooperate. They're not like best of buds, but they will absolutely cooperate. Why not? Right? These titans. There are certain companies that will have complete diametrically opposed positions, but it's not ultimately the best strategy. So to bring it, I've been trying to bring it all the way back to how this started with the Larian Studio thing. I think the point is that the studios that are only interested in what they get from the defect approach, which is non-cooperation, essentially trying to squeeze the dollar out as much as they can, those companies will be in for a wake-up call, because ultimately I'd love to believe that the mass of humans in the world actually don't want that. My sample size is me in this case, and what I observe and what I want, not what I think is always going to be true, because there is a disappointingly large number of people who don't seem to think that way. At least from what you see sort of in society. But it's one thing in my view, a bit shaky, but I love it. In my view, it's one thing to say society is terrible, everything is breaking. Or let me say this differently. It's one thing to say, I acknowledge the problems that exist, and I logically am concerned about things I see and might need to take action. It's one thing to do that. It's another thing to say, I hate all those people. I hate you because of how you believe things, right? I hate you because of what you do. I hate you as a human or as an other, because in my view, doing that's no worse than the people that legitimately are hating other people, right? I don't like it at all. I don't like the way people act. I don't like I don't like the political situation in the US. I don't like how it feels like people are easily swayed and manipulated, but I get why they are. I scroll through Reddit, which, feeds me material that I will look at and consume, and tells me why I should be really upset by certain things that are happening. And I think there are billions of reasons to be legitimately upset by things that exist in the world. I'm not even saying that you should just be okay with what's happening, but I don't like hating people for it. I don't like propagating hate and anger. I don't like it. I'm not saying I don't get angry about things, right? What do you mean posting some discussion videos? My VOD is always there. My VOD's on YouTube. I do feel anger about things that exist. I'm not saying that I'm just like completely pious or something. Pious, whatever. But I don't want that to be what life is about, right? I don't want that to be life, but I acknowledge that it exists. And I think that all we could really do in the world, in the game dev industry, in whatever industry you're part of, is all we can do is try to do the things that we feel are leaning towards cooperation. I'm using the word cooperation because it fits that model that I was talking about. But, it's like leaning towards something that has some understanding. I want people to think our game, Alterium Shift. I want them to understand that our game is not perfect, and our desire is to always make it better. But as humans, we can only do so much, which most people should understand. You can only do so much. we don't want people to hate our game. We want people to buy our game. We want people to support our Kickstarter. We want all those things. We recognize in order to achieve some of that, we have to capture the interests of people that's beyond just do it because you like us, right? They got to like the game. But I want to be able to, for people to understand that, not just of our game, but other people. We have a little group of developers that we work with of a lot of really amazing games that people are working on that we want also to be successful. Similar genre, retro style or some flavor of retro. And everyone cares so much about what they're doing. And a lot of us have full-time jobs and we'd love to do this all full-time. We don't, the perceptually out from the outside, people think that we're like just being jerky developers because that's the perception we've created and the world has created. But that's not how it goes. Let me go back and read some of this. The long-term winners of industry are the ones that set the standards going forward. Yeah. It turns out if you can't be long-term sustainable, the execs put profit number one are going to be the only ones left and they get to propagate whatever they want. Well, once you get, there's a certain inflection with money that you can sort of dictate the terms. It's okay to be human, but also don't let it run your life. It's a better way, make it work, make it sustainable, and the proof will be hypothetical pudding. Yeah. Similar to Tim Kane's channel, you could post some videos covering the game and take your experience. I could try. It's hard. I like doing this on stream, but I'm working on a game right now. Did you know that? I could try. It's a good point. I mean, I've considered it. I suppose the thing is like I prefer the dialogue, right? The talking with people, and I've occasionally tried to do streams where I do that, but it's hit or miss, and I also got to get work done. I think I've copied this animation curve thing about 20 times so far. How dare you not spread yourself thin? I think that if I were to talk about where my heart is, where I want to be, I have a day job as a chief technology officer. I don't mind managing people. I actually kind of like doing it, but it is so easy and it is completely uninteresting from my perspective of what I desire to do. It's not an uninteresting job. Like there's really interesting problems to solve, but it's selling cars. It's the automotive industry, is helping people sell their cars, essentially, right? It's digital marketing and automotive. It's not the greatest thing in the world for me to do. Some people love it. Some people are super into it. They love selling cars. They love the idea of the industry and how the industry fits together. I don't care, man. I want to do this stuff. I want to do a little bit of coding. I like coding. I like solving problems. I like how the industry fits together and thinking about entertainment. I like the fact that we get to work directly with people more, like the humans that are playing the games. I like video games. I want to make video games people want to play. It is stressful as all get out. It's hard for people to understand. It's hard for people to understand like what goes into these games. I'd love to educate them because it's a lot, but doing education is also like a whole different job. You know, it's really hard to make the income I have doing video games, and there's no appeal within reason that will allow me to do this without me just being successful. You just got to do it. You just got to be successful, which is not easy to do, right? I thought the easier way might be to do streamer. Yeah, I was thinking of doing streamer clips too. It's just time, right? I would have to go back and like chop out pieces. I think that if I were going to do the streamer clip approach, I'd probably want to do more of like the talking head without my code sitting in the background. So I'm not even formatted for that. I've considered doing streams where like for some portion of it, I say, like you see Primogen and others, they block a portion of their stream to do their whatever, their monologue and stuff. But some of this is like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, content creation is another beast in itself. It's a lot of work to do content creation. And when I'm doing content creation, I'm not not working on a game. So anyway, it's a lot of stuff. And I don't even remember. I think I was saying something before this, and then I lost track of my mind. Oh, doing this type of work full time. This is what I would love to do. When I started doing game dev right before the pandemic, I watched White Vault. I don't know if you guys, so a number of you know who White Vault is. And I was like, that is so fun. And he gets to stream all day and talk to people and work. Granted, he could actually work and talk to people. I get going and I'm like, oh yeah, who cares about code? I'll just talk. I'll just lose my voice.
Marcus.
Him, that guy.
You knew I wanted to be a rock star. There's too many rock stars in the world, but only one of you, Marcus.
Content is hard. I want people to be compensated for their time, but I always wondered about paying, donating to a friend, spend 30 minutes a week helping with stuff like that. Whitefall's the best guy, yeah. Whitefall is the best guy. So the point is just like, this stuff, you talk about like, there's just like doing your passion, what you're passionate about. People always say, don't do the thing that you're passionate about. I don't think that would bother me as much because I'm not passionate about creating my dream, like my dream game or something, right? Like if I go back, interestingly, some of the elements of what we're doing with Alterium Shift do tie into things I dreamed about making for video games, but my perspective on making isn't making my perfect thing. I don't want to make a game I want to play. I don't. I would be interested to make some games that are of a style I like to play, but I wouldn't make a game I would want to play because I'm not the one that's going to freaking buy the game. I'm making it. So while I'd want to make a game that's like of a genre that I'm interested in, I care more about solving the problem or making the thing that sort of like has some flavoring that I like, but more towards what other people like. I've always been that way. My whole career, I prefer to make things that are more like what someone wants, which is my biggest problem in game dev, because I'll ask people what they want, like on my stream, and they'll be like, make whatever you want, Machi, do what you want. And it's like, but that's not how I work. I like to balance ideas. I like to see, like, does that make sense or not? And not even like, I don't care, just do what you want. Not going all in on your passion, have some extra income. As a dog walker, I get the balance. Yeah, I mean, like, theoretically, I could keep my day job and do the side work, but it's really hard to do this game dev stuff on the side because there's a lot of things that have to get done. And there's a lot of people who want the game to be done, right? Well, us too, right? I want the game to be done. But incidentally, another reason I code the way I do, the way I build systems, is because I like the idea of having something that can be expanded and grown upon and like managed and supported and stuff like that. Like, I don't think of it the one and done thing where you make a game and you just poop it out and it's done. If the game hits a natural end, then we move on and you build something new, which is fine. But I'm thinking of it in terms of like, what's the long haul? Like, how are we going to manage and maintain this stuff? What things do I need to learn? What's interesting to learn? What's going to make something maintainable or manageable? You know, it's how I always work on things. I don't know if I would want to do like a side job as a dog walker, although you get paid a lot to do that in California. A lot of really rich people that'll pay to get their dogs walked. But I'm in Minnesota. And my Minnesota CTO salary is a very nice salary. And I can't step away from that to do game dev full time. We were hoping we'd get a publisher. So we had a publisher, we terminated with them, which is totally like, just threw us all the way off of everything. And then we tried to get some other publishers, but by this point in our game making process, there's not a lot of appetite for a game that's in early access. So now we're trying the Kickstarter route, and I'm a little apprehensive about how that's going to go. I'm like not swimming in money. My rent is, that's a lot of rent. California has that weird balance where the salaries are like weirdly inflated, right? So if we say something's linear, I don't want to say, do I say linear? Yeah, if we choose linear as opposed to, actually, I'm going to make a walk path that's a curve. That's what I'm going to do. Linear curve. So then we'll use the animation curve if it's curve. I don't know where I'm at in the phase of rant. I think I'm like on the downward curve of ranting. But I did just have another, caffeine drink. In the end, all I was saying from the beginning of this whole thing is the Larian Studio, I think a ton about everything. And the studio thing about where games are going, I would love to see a games industry that didn't try to be disingenuous. The games industry, to me, from the public-facing awards ceremony side of things, feels so incredibly disingenuous. And it could just be that, there's a lot of really awkward people because, successful streamers aren't necessarily always the best speakers. And they feel like they have to take on a role because that's the role they've been given, right? They have to act a certain way or talk a certain way. I just don't feel like that's what the industry should be, but I don't know what it should be, right? I don't have an answer. I don't think the games industry should try to be the entertainment industry, but that's what it's kind of gone towards, right? You've got like big budget businesses and you've got cinematic sequences that are basically movies. You've got voice actors that are real actors. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Because voice actors are real actors, but voice actors that are like movie actors, like movie star actors as well. And so you get, you've got the movie entertainment industry, which is huge. And then you've got the games industry, which is a little tiny slice, but they're trying to like act like they're there. It's like you're trying to act like your big brother or like a kid that dresses up like their cooler older sibling, puts on all the girl that puts on the makeup to look like their older sister or something. That's a stereotype, but I'm just trying to use an example. Have you guys determined what kind of stretch? Yeah, we have a lot of stretch goals defined. What we're going to do so switching gears to the game stuff, I've learned a ton about marketing for a Kickstarter. There's a guy out there who's really good at selling himself and his business, who has a book that's been really successful. And I love this because anyone who creates content that sounds like they're an expert, they are freaking absolutely doing this as a way to grow their business. No freaking doubt. And if you ever look up like 10 tips for doing a Kickstarter, there's this one guy who has all the answers. And not only does he make a ton of money from any traction he gets on YouTube, but I'm certain he gets tons of referrals for his business. And I'm certain he knows what he's doing, but he's not doing this out of kindness of his heart. Because I watch him do these videos, and like, he tells you just enough. He's like, here's what you need to do. What you need to do is, for the free phases, you need to market on Meta. Knowing full well that no one knows what the heck they're doing when it comes to doing paid media marketing. So they're going to go into Meta. They're going to start setting up ads like, oh crap, this is too much work. Well, that guy told me what to do. Why don't I reach out to him? Because he'll probably do it for me. Because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Like, his goal is to get conversions. He wants to get people to pay his company to help them do a Kickstarter so that company's going to make money off of the Kickstarter. Right? And then you say, well, yeah, but that means that he's got to help it be successful. Sure. But that means it's taking a bite out of your Kickstarter, right? So sorry, Red Mage, I'm in a very big tangent mode. The answer to your question is we have a whole huge list of stretch goals. Some of them were our stretch goals when we launched early access because we didn't want to do Kickstarter. So we were hoping we sold enough at early access to justify our publisher giving us additional funds that would have allowed us to accelerate completing the game, right? That was our goal. Didn't happen. And no one cared. Right. So the stretch goals are plenty. We got plenty of those. But one of the things this guy I was talking about sells is this idea that you need to get a good list of people who sign up as potential backers. So that link right there goes to our backer kit page, our teaser page, that will collect your email address, which then we can notify people when the Kickstarter is starting. Well, this guy says when you do that, you need to, one way to like guarantee your sales is to collect $1 from people who are truly interested in pledging and offer them some special deal for that $1. And he says the conversion rate on that is really high. Anyone willing to give you their email address has expressed enough interest that the likelihood of conversion is way higher than someone who just shows up on your page and then moves away. Well, I mean, the other problem with email marketing is I feel like email's antiquated. So there's like other ways that people get conversions, but email is such a strong conversion. And also it's like at the juncture of too much, not that much personal information, but just enough that the fact that you're willing to put it in there and submit it means you're more likely to convert, right? People don't want to give their phone numbers because that's such a much more personal thing. People don't want to give their name or other information, but an email is like, I'll give you my email. The time you spend to do that is a signal that that person may convert more. And what this guy's saying is that if someone's willing to donate $1 to start with, that's another signal that they're more likely to convert into a pledge of some amount. And so, Red Mage, you got me off on the tangent, but what I was trying to say was, I'm trying to answer Red Mage's question about stretch goals, right? I don't want to do that $1 thing. First off, my research on that says Kickstarter, I don't think they like that approach. I think they're saying you can't collect pledges before a pledge starts. So you probably shouldn't do that. But to me, another good form of conversion is a survey. Because who wants to take time to fill out a survey? So we're going to put out a survey linked to this teaser that specifically asks questions like Red Mage's, like, okay, what things would you most likely want in this Kickstarter? We know what we want. We have a list of things. Or what kind of stretch goals would you want to support? So that we can get not only some information of people who are actually highly engaged, but to me, filling out a survey is equivalent to giving $1, right? Like if someone's willing to go in, not only give you their email, but in addition to that, fill out a survey of information. And that survey also gives you the signals of the things they're willing to pledge. Because our survey is going to have things like, we have the whole list of rewards. And we also have a list like what we think the pledge breakdown is going to look like. But, however many surveys we can get, that will tell us. Anyone who fills out the survey will be equivalent to us to that $1. So we will have something that will be extra for those people. So pre-launch, anyone who fills out a survey will have some kind of added bonus. We're not sure how that's going to work because Kickstarter doesn't let you have like individualized pledges. So we'll just track those people, right? So anyone who's done that pre-Kickstarter who ends up pledging a certain amount will end up getting something else, right? There'll be some added bonus for those people. And we'll give them some special code or I don't know. We'll figure that out. So if the campaign's successful, it's people who fill out the survey, which includes questions like, what would you like for a stretch goal and blah, 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 or whatever. Those people will get some extra bonus. That's a long story short. As far as like some of the things we've considered for stretch goals, we actually have it in Steam. I can pull up what we had before. Some of them we just did because we're just like, well, whatever. We'll just do these things. But let me go look because I think we had in our like Alterium shift boards, discussion boards, early access. Launch goals. There we go. Here we go. So when we launched, we're like, we don't want to spend. Oh, I can't even zoom in on this. That's stupid. God, that's dumb that I can't zoom in. Let me go to like Chrome, because at least I could zoom in on it. What is self-discovery? I'm a little worried about what that's like. I saw self-discovery. Like, was I looking at something inappropriate? Have you discovered yourself? You know what I mean? Motzi after midnight. Oh, I should make sure my phone is not silenced. Because we have a little one that might be throwing up a couple times, I have to make sure my phone is available. So when we launched early access, we said we're not going to do a Kickstarter, but let's put some goals on sales, right? So we were being somewhat transparent. So we were trying to sell a certain number of copies. So here's some of the goals that we originally set up, right? Which we've actually implemented even though we have not made 5,000 copies of early access sales. We were going to do CRT effects. We were going to devote more time for our soundtrack, which we will anyway. We were going to expand the fishing minigame, which we are doing anyway, even though we didn't sell 10 copies. And then I guess we never actually listed the rest of them. So the rest of them that we had were like put some potentials, pets, in-game pets, cooking. So having like a cooking system in the game, potentially a crafting system. We did toy with the idea of having like a house where you can put stuff, like things that you collect, essentially a place to put all your collections. What else do we have? Things like an in-game celebration, like, where we refer to specific people or, all the people that supported the game for early access. I can't remember. I'd have to go pull up our list. But things that you'd have for a stretch goal for Kickstarter are beyond that, right? Like, we want to target certain languages, and there'll be stretch goals around localization, stretch goals for consoles, PlayStation, Xbox, and stuff. I have a PlayStation and Xbox dev kit. I've kind of opened them up. I can't do Xbox builds because I need the Pro license for Unity, and those cost a couple $1,000 per person. And at this moment, I'd have to spend almost $10,000 a year on licenses because of the people on our team. So there'd be things like that, though, like consoles, the cooking system that we want to implement, some added content that we've wanted to do. We want to do a racing minigame that is like probably like the classic SNES visual style. So it would be sort of like F-Zero, but in the vein of Chocobo Racing from Final Fantasy. So we want to do that, for instance. Anyway, yeah. There you go. I've talked myself raw. And I drank extra caffeine, so we're all set now. Totally not trying to compete against your fellow party members. Oh, you mean in racing? So there's if you guys seen the video clips, there's the Roto-Rolly, which is like a roly-poly mount. I don't know what I think that we've decided there's going to be a town called Racington. I wasn't know I was supposed to say that, but the town called Racington, because RPGs have stupid names for things. It's the town that you do the racing, essentially. But then you'll be like, depending on how much content we can get, we have this vision of having like different places where you can go race, and race different types of people. So we'd have like, basic AI racing. And I found an asset that's more like a car driving racing game, but it has all the components that you would need to make racing, and you could just make the cars be the people riding different types of animals and stuff. So it'd be really fun to make a racing minigame, I think, as well as other minigames. Yeah, it would be. I mean, the point that I've tried to make to people is like, even if I was working on this full time, it would be a lot. But I'm not working on it. I can't work on it full time. I've got a day job. I work so much. I work, my day job as a chief technology officer and my night job as a game dev. And it's a lot. And, I'm the president of Dratzy Games. So I'm also doing it's not all the marketing, like the Twitter posts, but like the business side of marketing, ad stuff, prepping materials, responding to business emails, working on contracts for things, trying to gather team members because we have, a contract team now. There's a lot. Okay, where does this get used? So it's, trying to hit a date, a launch date, and work. It's just so much. What is this? See, 2 act. I think I have to do it down right here. Okay, so. I really didn't expect to create quite so much of a story to talk about. I think my intent of talking about Larian was just to give some thoughts. I think I've spent the last 2 hours just talking about the game dev industry stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about it. I actually have a lot of fun when I get to do that sort of stuff. I'm just realizing that, like, I don't know what else I should talk about. I don't know what else I should talk about in that regard. I want to do this. Visible if. That's what I want. Isn't it? I thought, let's see. Show if, maybe? I think I can do it this way. I did not expect to drink all my water tonight. I did not expect to be streaming at 12:24 in the night. I have had probably the most fun in streaming in a while, despite the fact that I didn't actually do as much work as I was hoping. I don't think I want label text at all. Like hide labelness. I think we'll just call it curve, maybe. I blame Sympathy because when Sympathy showed up, she started asking me all these questions, and then it was like, well, now I have to start talking. I think the other thing that I've found about this industry that's very interesting to me is this industry feels very cutthroat. It doesn't matter what layer you're at. In any industry, you have people who claim to be able to do a lot, but they don't. So a lot of people got to their position because they're lucky. Publishers that found success just because they picked up the right game and then made it successful. Like the conditions were right, but then you look at those same publishers and they never had another hit again. But what I've noticed too is that there isn't a lot of cooperation for real. There's a lot of phony cooperation. There's people that'll give you lip service, but until you've proven something, until you've gone out there and done everything the hard way and somehow found success, they won't really give you the time of day. So there's a lot of like, oh yeah, we'll talk to you, but we'll ignore you if we don't see inherent value. It's like sharks. If they don't see the inherent value in anything you're doing, then that's it. They won't talk to you anymore. And if they do see value, it's what can they squeeze out of you for the lowest amount of effort. You disappear for a bit, Mati. I would love to pay you for some mentoring as I get my... you don't need to pay me for mentoring, my dude. I'm happy to chat with you. There's no price. I'm happy to chat with you. I'm not an expert. Listen, if my job was to make money off of Kickstarter for people, then we could talk about you paying me for it. That's it. Otherwise, I do ascribe to the notion that you shouldn't always do things for free. Honestly, it doesn't feel like demoralizing that. It does feel a bit demoralizing people are like that. But I don't... Here's the thing. This goes back to the point I was making about the prisoner's dilemma. You don't need to pay me anything. I swear to God. You don't have to pay me for anything. I'll give you a key to the game if you don't have it, if you haven't bought it. I will appreciate support, but you can hit me up on the Discords. I'm happy to chat with you about what I've learned. Whatever, man. Just, ping me, man. We'll talk. I'm not an expert at this stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. The only thing about me that's different from what I've seen from other people, there's a lot of dumb luck people that just do the basics and somehow find success. And I'm not that person. I'm so like, I have to learn all the things so I can understand it. But I don't know what the flip I'm doing. Let me give you an example. Just listen. Listen to this, Nate. Just hear me out, okay? Whatever. If you want a key, I'll give it to you. But I don't know if you ever even asked me for it. Did you ask me for a key? Let me show you the difference. Jacob, my partner, he is a doer and he's a thinker too, but he's not a thinker like me. He's a doer and not a thinker, really. He's just like, I'm just going to do this thing, so I'm going to do it. Okay? He posts crap on Twitter and gets traction. He doesn't think about it. He's like, I feel like posting this thing. I'm going to post that thing. Me, I think it. I'm like, oh, wouldn't this be really cool if we did this thing? And I come up with this really great idea. I'm like, we should do this. He's like, okay, sure, we'll post it. And he might even get interested in my ideas. Guess what? There's never been anything that I've suggested posting that's ever done better than anything he's done. Ever. Not once. Not a freaking single time. So you talk about the difference. I'm such a thinker that I overthink things. And he's a doer and he's just like, yeah, that feels right. I'll do that. And so whenever it comes to like marketing, I'm like, you know what, man? I want you to do the vision. I don't care. I'm not going to have any opinion. You just post what you think. Because I don't have that skill. So you talk about Kickstarter. I can tell you things I know about Kickstarter. I can't guarantee that whatever method I'm using is going to produce a result. Because I just don't... Like my approach to evaluating and deciding things is very methodical to learn, but I don't know whether my execution is ideal. I was showing you the metrics of like the Facebook stuff. It's like, oh, let's put Facebook ads out. It is not converted to a whole lot of emails coming into our system. So now the one thing about me is that I'll keep tweaking and trying things for sure. But Tom Sutton and I were talking about this. I have to learn through the school of hard knocks. It's just my life. I've always got to do it the hard way. Always. Oh, Mondonuts, welcome. Welcome. Nice to have you here. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the raid. How your donuts doing? Oh, you came in as a cloud, apparently. You've joined the cloud. Good work. I've been doing less work and more talking. So much talking that I've drunk all my water and my throat is raw. And I might have to pee soon. Your donuts are peachy? No, you have peach donuts? That's interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. You can have peach donuts, I suppose. I haven't really had a peach donut before. Let's see, what do they call this? How come this doesn't have a preview? I want to get a preview for a curve. Can I get a preview for a curve? God. What programming stream? I'm not programming. I'm just talking about the world. Preview field? Let's try that. Or if that will work or not. I wasn't supposed to be up this late. I wasn't supposed to be streaming this long. Is this for Alterium or something new? This is all Alterium Shift. We have Alterium Shift here. We were talking a bit about the Kickstarter stuff just a minute ago because we're getting a Kickstarter going in January. If we're not getting enough traction, we might push the date back to when we actually start the Kickstarter, but we are going to do a Kickstarter. Just the timing is the question. I'm working on, I was working on Battle System, the new Battle System, but to do that, I'm doing some under the hood changes. And so now I'm just trying to get some of this stuff to work. Preview field cannot be put on a property curve. Well, how do I show a curve? I know I did it somewhere. Oh, is it just going to show like that? I want to show it taller though. I want to like make it look better in here. Wait. I went to check for wish list and just saw oh yeah, we were on OTK. Yeah. We were part of the OTK thing. I mean, it was fine. I think we got about 1,000 wish lists or something from it. No, listen. There's a whole show and there's a minute and 20 seconds of us. There's the intro about Alterium Shift. There's the 60-second trailer and there's the outro. And that's the entirety of Alterium Shift. And also when we first signed up, we didn't really know much about OTK. When we first signed up for it, we thought it was going to be like a bunch of indie devs, like not big studio indie devs, just like a bunch of, ragtag indie devs. And then we saw the first trailers of the show of people who were added to it. Like, holy crap, we are outclassed. Ruffy and AS. I don't remember what Ruffy is. There are a lot of games shown. A lot of games shown. Oh, is the Mario style one? Yeah, okay. Paper Mario. Most of the trailers were way better than ours. I don't think we just fully understood what to expect for it is part of the problem. And so we made a preview, but it was just all music. And there's lots of them that had like voiceovers and stuff like that. Oh, can I do an inline editor? Maybe I could do inline. Let's see. This is is it inline property or is it inline editor? probably an inline property, right? Because the animation curve has to be serialized. I actually don't know. It doesn't say it's serializable. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I understood. I understood when you said Paper Mario. I vaguely recall that. I mean, there are so many games, so many. So yeah, we were in OTK. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't like huge numbers for us. It's hard because in that show, oh my God, the games were so amazing. There's so many games that looked amazing there. It's just hard to stand out in that mix. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so I guess the inline editor really didn't do anything. How should a curve work for a walk command? Like, do you literally make the curve the same? So if the character's walking from point A to point B, if the curve's on this side, they're walking that way. If the curve's on the other side, they're walking the other way. Like if it's like this, because ultimately it'll be used for like a jump effect. So you do like a top, you do one of these, and it's like a jump. But then you have to do like this. Right, like go whew. I don't know how I'd want to do curves. I really shouldn't still be up right now. Well, I mean, I'm going to be up for a little bit, but I shouldn't be streaming, so. Oh my gosh. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. I don't care about your name. Go away, Didi. Shut your face. I don't want to talk to you. My Duolingo just FaceTimed me. What a jerk. I don't know how it did it too. Like I didn't think I pushed a button. It's like just randomly calling me. Shut your face. Okay, well, after talking most of the time and not getting much work done, I think it's probably time to wrap up. Appreciate the raid from Mon Donuts. If y'all have any interest in the Kickstarters or supporting them, of course, you saw the link there. I wouldn't feel bad if you spread the word on that. We will try to maintain our transparency, including having like a roadmap for those who are interested. I don't know if people are interested in that, but I think it's important. It's important to me that people can see transparently what we're doing, right? You see the code I'm working on, you know where I'm sitting. If we have a successful Kickstarter, absolutely will, especially if I can do most of this full time, I'll be as transparent as possible. Mati, I often think about those days back in 2020. I was dipping my toes in the indie scene and wanted to say thanks. Oh, of course, Nate. Yeah, I don't watch you as much as I used to. I try to lurk, but it's just I don't lurk as much as I used to, but I always know you're there. We used to chat. Didn't we used to chat on the phone? I know you helped compose you with stuff. But you can always, hit me up on the Discords if you want to talk about stuff, whatever. I'm not hidden or hiding or anything. You're welcome to slide into my DMs if you know what I'm saying. Gently. I prefer gentle slides, not like don't come in yelling or something. Oh, Johnny Cash is still streaming. Speaking of Japanese. Jotson is streaming. Is he playing a game or is he working on a game? No, he's playing a game. Looks like we're going to Johnny Cash again, apparently. Let's get stream life. I'm literally running a doggo walking business. Yeah, exactly. Talking about game stuff. Yeah. How dare. And fur babies. What is it? Oh, wow. What happened? Was it the sound? Thanks all for hanging out with me. Thanks for letting me rant about, you know, game dev industry stuff. And hearing me out. It's been fun. Maybe someday I'll do that more consistently with a plan as opposed to just completely random, but we'll figure it out. I should be back on Tuesday and, you know, we'll keep trying to work. Sorry for the loudness of the sound. I got to fix that. I'm sorry for your sake. All right. See y'all. Have a good night. I mean, I still look forward to talking when you're on Discord too. Yeah. Poke me in there. Give me one of those gentle pokes. I don't know who you are on Discord. Are you the same name? You must be someone else. We'll figure it out. You could just yell at me there. Oh, you're Seth. Okay, got it. I know who you are now. All right, y'all. Have a good night. See you later.